Good morning and welcome to the April 22nd, 2024 regular council meeting. We're going to start off with open mic, and I have one person registered, Debbie Hunker.
Is this on? There we go. Okay, thank you. Well, I guess first we had open mic corrections. Then we had Wondering Wednesday. And so I guess it might be fitting that this is called Misrepresented Monday. I know that council voted on a motion to cap the Hope Mission bed capacity at 50 beds, but my question is, why did that number get chosen? Why didn't the number that was announced in the press release on April 17th of 2023 get selected? In that press release, the city announced that the permanent shelter would have 27 emergency beds. That's the number that was publicly announced. The number of beds were misrepresented, and the size of the building was also misrepresented. If you wonder why you didn't get significant pushback from the public before the September 25th, 2023 meeting, that might be why. I don't understand how it's allowable for council to push through a project like this and then change all the details after the fact. Had we known the truth, actually had council known the truth, I would like to think that the development permit might have gotten more scrutiny and possibly been defeated. At the very least, a laundry list of conditions should have been included, most importantly, the capacity. It's laughable now to look back and see how much dialogue there was on the one condition, a 6-foot, non-climbable, aesthetically pleasing fence that was meant to keep the occupants safe. Safe from whom? There's a much bigger danger to the community coming from within those walls. The press release also states, quote, moving forward, having this facility will give our community a chance to not only better the lives of our vulnerable population, but will also help our RCMP, community peace officers, and hospital to better serve the city of Wetaskiwin and its residents because they won't be responding to as many calls that involved unhoused people, end of quote. Last Wednesday, there were no less than 10 RCMP vehicles with lights and sirens heading to the shelter. And I have a photo from a while back that showed 2 fire trucks and 3 ambulances responding to a fatality at the shelter. According to my source, the person had been deceased for 4 to 6 hours. Our bylaw officers and peace officer have had a busy time of keeping the vagrants out of the motel by A&W, and it would seem that they have just given up chasing them away from the Centex, Tim Hortons, Pizza Hut, McDonald's, and the list goes on. Pictures of people passed out in the emergency room and one of a woman who had relieved herself on the floor in the emergency room are troublesome to say the least. And no doubt you have heard about the person that defecated in Walmart and used merchandise to clean themselves. The stories get worse and worse as time goes on, and we have more homeless from every corner migrating here. How do you intend to protect us and the possessions we have worked so hard for? What is the city doing to protect businesses that are stolen from on a regular basis? It's not the vagrants themselves lots of times, but it's the criminal element that hides within. Thank you.
Was there anybody else wishing to speak at open mic? Okay. Looking for an approval of the agenda. Councillor Nielsen, go ahead, Sue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 4 additions for council to consider. The first one would be a direct control permit in staff reports for decision. We have the solar grant application that we'd like to see in new business. We have a recall update in staff reports for decision, and a modular permit in committee of the whole. It will just be an update, and then of course council could direct us into the regular council meeting if desired.
Sorry, what was that last one? Modular?
Modular permit.
We want direct control permit under the staff reports.
Yes, please.
Okay, so that'll be 10.1. Solar grant application under new business will be 15.4. Recall update will be 10.2. And the modular permit under committee of the whole will be 9.4. So for the first one, for 10.1 direct control permit, adding to the agenda, those in favor? Carried. 15.4, the solar grant update under new business, those in favor? Carried. The recall update under staff for 10.2, those in favor? Carried. And the modular permit under committee of the whole in 9.4, those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Anything else?
Do you want
You make the motion to approve as amended?
I move the council approves the regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Those in favor? Carried. .1, regular and special meeting minutes for April 8th, 2024. Looking for an approval. Any errors or omissions?
So moved.
Those in favor? Carried. Committee of the Whole, 9.1. We have a delegation from the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition. Welcome.
Good morning, Mayor Gandam and Council. I'm Marilyn Connor, and I could say I'm still Marilyn Connor and still the Executive Director of Wetaskiwin and District Association for Community Service, and still representing the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition, which is between WDAX and Wetaskiwin Transcom Services. We've been, as you well know, managing services since July 1. I'm pleased to be presenting to you today and will endeavor to keep it brief, as you are all already aware of our background. As a quick reminder, WDAX and Transcom Services continue to manage and operate specialized transportation in our community. The Wetaskiwin Community Transportation Society has been working to establish the structure necessary to take over this service. While the original plan had services being transferred to this NFP Society on January 1, 2024, more time is necessary to ensure the transition will be effective and that the essential service will be viable and sustainable into the future. I first want to thank you for your continued support of specialized transportation in Wetaskiwin. We are grateful for the appointment of Councillor Aberley to the WCTS board and will be working with WCTS to formalize a sponsorship plan that involves selling decals for the use on the buses. WDAX and Transcom Service will continue to ensure efficient and effective operation of specialized transportation while WCTS continues its development. Charitable status application remains in process with the CRA, and strategies to generate revenues are being considered. The Transportation Coalition will continue to actively work with the Wetaskiwin Community Transportation Society and the City of Wetaskiwin to ensure both viability and sustainability of accessible transportation in Wetaskiwin. WCTS will engage in fundraising and grant application initiatives. They will also focus on raising awareness and brand identity. As noted last month, the Wetaskiwin Transcom Services has successfully increased ridership 48%. Efforts to grow ridership use will continue with more exploration into the county and surrounding areas. While WDAX has stepped up and partnered with Wetaskiwin Transcom Service, it was always intended to be a short-term initiative to ensure there was no loss of specialized transportation in our community. We have been able to extend the initial city grant well beyond December 31st, 2023, and can carry those monies through to end of May. Monies raised through ridership revenue, sponsorships, grants, and fundraising, for example, will continue to pay for operations first. To maintain services, an additional grant is necessary from the city through December 2024. The service remains essential in our community. We have held cost of rides to ensure services are accessible to our citizens living on fixed incomes. Our community's most vulnerable residents and their families rely on this service. At my last presentation, Councillor Elliott shared an important observation that a lot of people connected to this coalition have put a lot of time and effort, often from the sides of their desks, to keep transportation viable in our community. That's true. At the same time, this hard work and success would never have been realized without the support from the city. The grant you awarded last year has made it possible to maintain this valuable service. Without question, the monies from the city and the work of the coalition have resulted in a win-win scenario for this community. The request in front of you today is essential. It honestly feels like a make or break request. Without approval of my following requests, transportation may be finished in this community. The impact of such a loss is immeasurable. To ensure its ongoing viability, today we're asking 2 requests. Our present lease with the city is in effect until June 30th, 2024. We are respectfully requesting the lease be extended until December 31, 2024. Second, and most important, we are requesting a grant from the city in the amount of $97,500, which will take us through to December 31. Our Transportation Coalition welcomes any questions you may have. This concludes our comments, Mayor Gandam.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to accept as information, then we'll open it up to council. Councillor BYLAWS.
Move that City Council accepts the presentation from the Wetaskiwin Transportation Coalition dated April 22nd, 2024 delegation as information.
Moved by Councillor BYLAWS. Any discussion? Councillor Bronco.
The short answer may be yes, but I am at this point speaking on the behalf of WDAX and Transcom Service. I suspect they will require some kind of ongoing grant. At this point, we're requiring about $15,000 per month. The initial grant was to take us through for 6 months. Through how we've managed it, we've been able to extend that almost another 6 months. Notwithstanding that, there is work that the new group needs to do that will be in the format of grants, fundraising, sponsorship, which should always come first before any city grants are requested or required. So again, I think at the last time I was here, we spoke about some of the complexities and who am I and who's this other group, and there's been a lot of partnerships through this project. And as mentioned before, WDAX is not positioned to take on any loss. We had been hopeful that the work with CRA would be completed. That hasn't happened yet, and quite frankly, I believe that's out of everyone's hands. So, will there be ongoing requests? I'm going to say my calculated guess would be absolutely there would be. And what amount that would be, Councillor Branco, I couldn't tell you at this point, but I can tell you that we continue to try and increase ridership so that when the transition happens, they'll be more self-sufficient. I think that's about the best I can say.
Make sure your mic's on, Councillor Bronco.
My other question's on the lease agreement. We, as a city, pay for the insurance, or you guys look after? Would you just?
I can clarify. So, through the grant, we use it for operational funds. That piece is correct. However, the vehicles are all leased and registered under WDAX, so the liability is on us.
But we as a city own the vehicles.
You own the vehicles, that is correct.
Thank you. That is all for me.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Marilyn. Thank you, Marilyn, for the presentation again. Just my question is, can you take out your crystal ball? And what do you see for 2025? Do you see it running the same, or do you see it getting easier? What would you predict?
First, I thought you had the crystal ball.
Yeah, I wish.
With that in mind, yes, I do see it becoming more sufficient. There's still some folks in community who mightn't understand that this transportation is actually occurring. I know there's been some comments on social media with some confusion. Because we were short-term, we have not put effort into marketing. And in terms of, I know that we've done some work, but certainly not the amount that needs to happen. So there will be more concerted efforts to increasing ridership, increasing knowledge of the service that's in our community. So with that, I'm hopeful that in 2020, did you say 2025?
Yes.
2025, there will be increased ridership, there'll be increased grants, and there will be fundraising initiatives to support the viability of the organization.
Thank you. What do you charge per ride?
Is it 9, 11? Sorry.
So it's $11 for a one-way trip, and then it's 24 rides in a mode.
Thanks, Leslie. Thank you very much, Marilyn. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to Marilyn, thank you very much for your continued hard work, you and the committee, I guess. Going forward in 2025, I mean, obviously your ask is from a couple weeks from now until the end of the year, and you're looking for the $100,000 or thereabouts. So Councillor Elliott talked about a crystal ball, and obviously I'm not a big fan of crystal balls. I'd rather have exact numbers. So, and the point is, what I'm trying to get at is there something that your organization will be working with administration so that we don't have 2 weeks before this, in other words, December 15th, come and say, hey, we need $300,000 or $200,000 for 2025. Is there a plan in place to work with administration so that we don't have in a panic, I hate to say panic situation,
Okay.
but it is, it's, as you said, it's life or death for the organization, and we don't want to see that happen. There's too many people in this community that use this service, and it's very important. So my question to you then is there something that is going to be working, or somebody working with administration going forward, so when it comes to budget time, that we can properly budget to continue on with this service?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Billingsley. Yes, the short answer is yes. So right now, Leslie and I, so Transcom Service, WDAX, we serve as liaisons on the board, so we're keeping that relationship ongoing. And at the same time, we understand that Paul's going to be leaving very shortly, and I will say, this probably isn't the time to say it, but we will certainly miss working with Paul. He has been an extremely valuable partner. And at the same time, we've already had meetings, a meeting with Kevin, who will be taking over. So those relationships are key to everyone's success here. And yes, we will be continuing ongoing relationships, likely still with Leslie's and my involvement as well, through the transition period, and then with WCTS. So those relationships will continue. I'm also aware that WCTS has worked on their strategic business plan. They've been working on budgeting as well. So those conversations are already in place so that we don't need a crystal ball. They are actually actively planning and being strategic in what the future is going to look like. Just there's been some holdups, so we haven't done some of the work that normally would have been done because we're in this, it feels like this limbo state, but we will avoid panic, and we will continue to work cooperatively with the city administration to ensure win-win and success in our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen?
Through the chair to Paul. Paul, off the top of your head, do you recall what kind of dollars we were putting into our operation of this service when it was completely handled by the city?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, I believe it was just under $500,000, so I think like 450 was the operating budget.
Great. Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair. So again, as always, thank you and for stepping up and your entire group to make this happen. And I had a sneak peek at the presentation just because they invited me last week to just get to meet everybody and some ideas. And the questions I asked, which I thought were going to come up, and just in case it's in anybody's mind, I was going to ask Wayne's question. So my first question is going to be through to Paul, and then I'm going to talk to Marilyn. If you can look back, and I really honestly didn't think this, when it was a society before, how much money, because the city funded it before, so do we have a idea? Like, I knew that there was funding that came from both levels of government.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, I do remember that. It was at the time considered off the side of one person's desk, and our budget was $137,000.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, Marilyn, just to be clear, because it was the question I asked, so approximately $15,000 a month, or $97,500. I will say I loved the discussions that we had about potential fundraising. They weren't finished, so I believe that more money will be coming in. What happens if you get $97,500 in funding between now and December? And you know I'm being a little
Optimistic?
optimistic. Yeah.
Sorry. Great question. And again, all monies that come in through other sources will be used before any of the city monies are used. And that has been our promise and commitment from day one, is that we will use ridership revenue, if there's any sponsorship, fundraising monies, all of those will support us prior to any monies being used from the city. And also, we're required to monthly submit a revenue and expense spreadsheet, which indicates where monies have come from and how we've used them for each month. So we'll continue to do that, and I'm hopeful that you'll understand that we do take stewardship of the monies seriously and responsibly. My organization is at 60 years this month, and we continue to be viable and successful, and part of that is about full transparency.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further? Thanks very much for all your hard work. I really appreciate it.
Thank
We're
you.
ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. (9.2) Breaking the Chains Coalition Program. Not here. 9.3, development permit application for Plan 03220745, Block 1, Lot 7, within Direct Control Environmental Management.
Mr. Mayor, I have a conflict with this, so I'm going to excuse myself.
Okay.
I think this one's going to.
Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The purpose of today's presentation is to provide information regarding a direct control environmental management development permit application to council prior to the opportunity for decision at the May 13th regular meeting. So the subject property is on 64th Street, south of 56th Avenue, and was annexed by the city in 1997 and transferred to the current owner in 2003, still undeveloped and zoned urban reserve. It was understood at that time that fill would need to be placed on the property, but there are not any records of discussions between the city and the new owner on any land use constraints or permit requirements for development. Since then, the site has been gradually over time developed as outdoor storage for a concrete business and was rezoned to direct control environmental management as part of the 2009 land use bylaw update. Adjacent property owners have raised concerns regarding the impact of fill placement on drainage in the area and regarding noise and truck traffic associated with the business. The current development permit application is intended to address the compliance of the existing development, which is a change of use from open space to industrial storage. It is not for any new development on the site, which would require a new development permit application if it were to be proposed. So the key issues on this site relate to drainage, potential contamination, and industrial impacts on nearby properties. As far as drainage goes, administration has confirmed with Alberta Environment Parks and Protected Areas that provincial approval is not required for drainage alterations on the property, provided they are consistent with the existing Water Act approval that created by the Lake Park to the north. And administration is working with the owner to identify an appropriate utility right-of-way along the east and north sides of the property. This is reflected in the proposed development permit conditions. Regarding environmental constraints and contamination, the provisions of the require site-specific risk assessment. The applicant has provided a Phase 1 environmental site assessment in response to this requirement, and that identifies several potential sources of contamination on the property and recommends a Phase 2, which is an on-site investigation. Most of the identified sources are external to the site, and so to address the potential that future disturbances to these contaminants might result in negative impacts, administration is recommending a condition that this Phase 2 ESA be completed as part of any future development that might disturb soil or groundwater or change the use of the property. And finally, regarding land use impacts, administration has determined that the current use of the property most closely matches the purpose of the M2 heavy industrial land use district. The purpose of that M2 district reads, in part, to provide for manufacturing, processing, assembly, distribution, and service and repair uses as permitted uses that carry out a portion of their operation outdoors or require outdoor storage areas. Notably, any nuisance associated with such permitted uses should not generally extend beyond the boundaries of the zoning classification. To be consistent in our approach to regulating industrial development, administration is recommending conditions requiring that this site adhere to the same performance standards as would apply in the M2 district. Notably, that it cannot emit offensive noise, smoke, dust, smell, etc., and that storage yards shall be screened from view. Additionally, administration is recommending conditions that limit the further northward expansion of the existing outdoor storage area towards the residential properties that have been known to be affected in the past. The full draft development permit with the recommended conditions is provided in the package as attachment 5. There's also a table listing the rationale for each condition, as summarized just a moment ago, in attachment 6. Administration has also notified potentially affected property owners who will have the opportunity to present delegations to council at the regular May 13th meeting, as our land use bylaw does not provide for a formal public hearing for direct control districts. Later in that same meeting, this application will be formally presented to council for a decision on the permit application. And so with that summary, if you have any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
For a motion to accept as information, Councillor Nielsen, any discussion? Go ahead.
Pardon me. I guess I've got a number of questions, but I don't know if they should be asked now or wait until the actual discussion related to this.
It depends on if you think they have the answers now or if it's something that they're going to have to bring information back for. So either way, just give them a heads up on.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'm looking at the conditions that have been set out. And now I've lost my. Please bear with me. I just lost my. No, before I go to conditions, you indicated adjacent owners. Is that plural? Had issued concerns relative to the drainage?
We're aware of at least one.
Okay, thank you.
But there are other, there are other neighboring properties who have also received notification.
And I guess my first question would be, through the chair, perhaps to administration. Not sure. They've identified the potential for potential contamination due to other properties surrounding the property we're talking about. So in the event, for example, a landfill, if it was determined that this property had was contaminated as a result of other properties, and some of those other properties owned by the city, where does that leave us in terms of any liability?
I'll refer that question to Sue.
Sorry, I was just waiting to see if she was going to answer through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. It's our understanding from recent findings on another property that the person that contaminated the site is responsible for it. We would need to look at the wording around the acceptance or ownership of the landfill to see if there is any liability. But my first blush at this is no, it's whoever contaminated it. However, if it was the city, then we would be responsible, so we would have to investigate that.
Thank you. And then my next question is related to the drainage conditions in support of properties to the south. And we know we've had some difficulty with drainage there. So in the event that drainage issues that originate in that south property impact the drainage in this property, where does the responsibility lie? Because it's implied in what I'm reading here is it would then be the responsibility of this landowner to solve that problem.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we're actually investigating that area right now. The property owner wouldn't be responsible so long as they gave us the utility right away for the ditch, and then we could tie into it. For those properties to the south, we're looking at other options as well to see what's available hydraulically.
Okay. And the issue of contaminants, the identification of the degree of contamination, if there is any, is to ensure that we are not disturbing that soil, or that it has to be, there would have to be remediation because it's a drainage to By the Lake Park. Or both.
Yeah, you can take it, and then I'll add if there's more.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the overall intent of environmental site assessment requirements and contamination investigations is to mitigate impacts to human health and environment. And so some of the issue associated with contaminants relates to disturbing the soil for the use and health of people on the site, and others of it relate to having it carried through to another location. So both are relevant.
Okay, great, thank you. And if I could just speak to some recommended conditions. And I'm assuming these are being recommended by the city because I think I read somewhere along here that those conditions can be set by the city as long as they met the Water Act of Alberta or something along that line. But my first one is in relation to no, I've already answered one. A landscape plan, and I've got to find it here. To minimize noise and visual impacts at the north boundary. And I'm going to give an example, I guess. I live close to Home Hardware, and you know, I'm awakened every night 5 and 6 times as these trucks are rolling in and honking horns and loading. And you know, I know they've got some sound barriers there, but obviously it's just not enough because it's really impacting my life. So do we just arbitrarily say to Home Hardware, based on that concern, raise your sound barriers another 10 feet? How would you deal with my complaint with regard to, boy, I'm really been disrupted?
Generally, when we do, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, when we do enforcement via the land use bylaw, we do need to go back to what the land use bylaw says. And so we would likely start with a discussion with, you know, if it's a noise related complaint, we can have a discussion with the source of the noise to see if there's a a mitigation that could happen that does not necessarily require large sound barriers, because sometimes it's difficult to put in, you know, a 20-foot or a 20-meter sound barrier, so we may need to look at other solutions if we know that there's a complaint happening.
Let me give you a different example then. Thank you for that response, by the way. We have received a complaint through Peace Hills Utility about noise problems. And it wasn't just assumed that the complainant was actually being impacted by the sound. There was studies done to indicate whether there was or was not a noise nuisance, which would then necessitate some kind of action. And I guess I see that this condition being put in pre-assumes there's a noise, or pre-assumes there's a dust, or pre-assumes issues. And yet we're putting the conditions in on some assumptions, potentially. And I guess if I were to believe that this condition is based on some assumptions, not information, do you strike this particular condition, or do you have to determine that the noise level is real for this condition to occur? I guess, I don't know.
Emily, I can handle this one. So first of all, the landscaping piece is the visual break that was spoken of, so we know that there is storage within, and we want to separate that from a residential, having to look out your window and see piles of concrete, etc. The noise is very subjective. Trees and berming will do probably very little to redirect the noise, but it is going to help with things like dust that we know is happening because of the type of materials that are on site and the visual aspect. We do go back every time there is a permit, like Emily noted, and put the conditions in to come up with the latest standards. We have had that discussion with Home Hardware as well, so any new permits that come in, they would be looking at noise mitigation strategies. I think that the condition is valid for the other reasons, not necessarily the noise, and then the noise would be handled if there are still issues between the homeowner and the two adjacent landowners. Then bylaw would become involved in that. And this all goes back to the discussion we've been having around the MDP and having different uses put side by side and the conflict that it causes. And so we're really trying to find the balance between the two to try and go from a residential area to an industrial area, while allowing the homeowner who has the home-based business to continue their business because it's been in place, you know, since annexation. So.
And I appreciate that response. How do you differentiate between dust that's been created on this said property versus dust that's been created on two gravel roadways adjacent to both properties?
We do dust mitigation on our roads.
Is that road ours?
Oh, you mean the road in between the two properties?
No.
Oh,
the
on
two roads that intersect, the two gravel roads coming up from Bylaw Lake Park and then going towards.
Oh yeah, those are both ours.
Those are both ours.
Yeah, yeah. So we do dust mitigation on our own properties, our gravel roads. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Emily, has there been a traffic study done in that area to know how many vehicles are going by and how many of them are related to this property owner?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, to my knowledge, there hasn't been one done on this specific issue. We do have a transportation master plan that has been done that identifies where the truck routes are in the city. That should provide some guidance on where they should go.
Okay, I was just wondering though, like that is a truck route, correct? Like there's lots of gravel trucks and things go down that road?
Through the chair, it is, I can double check this later, but my understanding is it is a truck route north of 56 Ave and along 56, so the truck route does not extend to the south.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mm-hmm. further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We're going to go back up to 9.2. Very good. We're going to hear the delegation from Breaking the Chains Coalition Program. Welcome. Absolutely, yep.
Which one are you on?
Hello.
Morning.
Thank you for your time. I'm Damien from Breaking the Chains. I just want to come and kind of introduce what we're doing and let you guys know what we have going on in our plans. So first of all, Breaking the Chains, I'll just give you a program summary. Objective, to provide comprehensive day programming for individuals in need, fostering for personal growth, community engagement, and particular practical skills development. So going into our vision, our vision is to create a society where individuals can break free from their restraints and thrive in recovery with access to holistic supports to rebuild their lives. Our mission is to empower individuals to achieve lasting recovery and successful reintegration through a holistic approach, offering skills, personalized therapy, animal-assisted healing, work duties, and cultural arts. Our purpose is to foster a nurturing environment for individuals to heal, grow, and rediscover their potential, breaking stigmas, and providing comprehensive support for personal development and resilience. So our values are compassion, empathy, and kindness, offering a safe and supportive space, integrity, upholding transparency, trust, and ethical behavior, collaboration, working with various stakeholders to support recovery and growth, excellence, commitment to exceptional quality and continuous improvement, diversity and inclusion, embracing diverse backgrounds and promoting inclusivity, empowerment, inspiring individuals to take ownership of their recovery and achieve their potential. So that's kind of the gist of that section. I want to kind of get into our program guidelines. So our program guidelines is to attend all scheduled sessions. It is important to attend all scheduled sessions to ensure that you receive the maximum benefit from the program. Participate actively. Be an active participant in the program by sharing your thoughts and feelings, asking questions, engaging in discussions. Be open-minded. Approach the program with an open mind to be willing to consider new perspective and ideas. Respect others. Treat other participants of the program and facilitators with respect and kindness. Maintain confidentiality. Keep all information shared during the program confidential. Do not share personal information or experiences outside the program without permission. That just touches as we get on that, as we open up with individuals' experiences, not to take those and share them outside the room. Follow program guidelines. Adhere to all program guidelines and rules to ensure a safe and supportive environment for all participants. Complete assigned tasks. Complete any tasks or assignments given by program facilitators to ensure progress and growth throughout the program. Communicate with facilitators. If you have any concerns or questions, communicate with program facilitators to seek their guidance. Take responsibility for your progress and growth throughout the program. Be willing to take ownership for your actions and decisions. And last, always have fun. Have fun participating in the program, and should be an enjoyable and rewarding experience. So with all that information, I'll kind of get into how this all looks. So for a day, we would go to Hope Mission Shelter at 8 o'clock. We pick up people in the morning there that are willing to come. We transport them back to Waterworks Studios. That's where we're having the programming done. We kind of serve a light breakfast. We have greetings, sit down, head count. From there, we go into cultural arts. It'd be a smudge, drumming, song. That comes from one of our facilitators, Floyd Baptiste. In this package I give you, you'll see all of our staffing. I'm not sure how this all works to put that up there, so. But yeah, so our cultural arts director, he would come in and do some smudging, drumming, songs. Then we would do a light introductory, which is basically a check-in with the staff, introducing ourselves, our programs, our guidelines, basically what I just went through with you guys. Our vision, mission statement, let everybody know what they're in the building and what's gonna happen. We would give out the staff introduction, the studio rules for the building, also the program rules. Then from there, we go check in. Basically, it's just, what's your name, how you feeling around the room. From there, we go to a break, and then we would come back with group discussions. Myself and some of the staff, we've gone through a programming called Mankind Project. It's kind of a lot of like in self-identification kind of tools through group therapy. So we've adopted a lot of those exercises, which is also inside the booklet, that we utilize within the program. So we just have great basic discussions and then go for lunch, come back. We would go through one of the exercises. So for instance, a body scan, just basically going inside yourself, seeing how you feel and just, you know, figuring out how you feel inside for yourself. We would talk about that in a group discussion. What is important to note that this is on their participation, so we don't force anybody to do anything. You don't have to talk if you don't want to, but we would like you to talk. We would like you to open up. We'd like you to figure out kind of what's going on with yourself. From there, we would break again, and we would come back and we'd finish off the day with more cultural arts, something just to kind of loosen the mood, lighten up. And from there, we would clean up, transport back to Hope Mission, and then later on in the day, we would communicate back with Hope Mission just to kind of touch and see how the participants kind of felt afterwards. We do get into some touchy situations where we talk about what's going on with ourselves, right? So we don't want to trigger anything. We want to see how that works down the line, going back. So yes, we do have exercises that we put in, body scans, accountability exercises, masks, just basic exercises to help reduce stress and kind of help identify things within yourself to move forward. In the book, we do have staffing. This includes myself, a biography of myself. Zane MacArthur, he would be our director for counseling. He is an addiction counselor, so he heads majority of the group counseling, the one-on-ones, and that kind of stuff. Floyd Baptiste, he is our cultural arts director. He will be dealing with the cultural arts and dealing with elders, and we do have a good communication with Musquecheese and some people out there that we are corresponding with. Debbie Wursta and Brandy Conklin, they will be helping us on our female side. Our first day that we did was back March 25th was our first day of programming that we tried. It was one single tryout day. We only did it for males because we did not have females available for staff. This time we are trying on this Wednesday for our second date, and we will be opening it up for females and males. That experience has been good. We did trial our first day. We did get 4 people that come through the doors. We did learn a lot of things. We learned a lot of the barriers between trust and wording and triggers. So we took what we learned from there. We switched things up and we tried it again. I call it a PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act, and that's what we're going to continue to do with these trials as we continue to run them. This time we will offer girls and guys. We have been going to the shelter every Tuesday and Thursday. They have given us access. They have been amazing with helping us with what we need to help them as well. So we go there and just kind of break some of the barriers of trust and get to know some of the people that are there regularly. And from there, it seems pretty good. We had 4 people our first time. We introduced a sign-up sheet. We checked last Tuesday, there were 7 people signed up, so it does seem like it is progressing, and we do see more of a rapport with people each time we go. Basically, our next steps from here, we'll be looking for collaborations. We're continuing to reach out for collaborations with other nonprofits. We do call this a coalition because there are things we're not trying to solve everything. We realize we do have a lot of resources here. We're just trying to be a hub for a safe spot where people can come and they can open up themselves, and from there we can understand what direction to go into, what nonprofit or what services or what people do we reach out to from there, and build a relationship with them so we have an actual communication line where I can understand and relay back and start building more trust. We are looking for continuing to do meetings, looking for clothing and food donations, as we want incentives to grow. If you're there for all week, you know, we can give you kind of an incentive with maybe some new clothes if you need them, like have an accessibility rack there with clothing and providing the free lunch every day. Just incentives to kind of keep them in a safe space doing something productive. That is basically the outline of the program. What we're trying to do in the future is bring in other things as well, other opportunities within the colleges, business administration, and counseling programs to offer practicum hours to kind of reduce in the stress of trying to hire some of these people, to bring in these resources to kind of offer opportunities as well for practicum hours, and also low-level labor jobs, litter pickup details, stuff like that, to offer certain things to do as we get the program rolling. Animal-assisted therapy, we would also like to bring in as well, once we can find an organization that will work with us for that. And I am just here to just ask and let you guys know what this is, and ask for support and advice, questions, concerns, anything you guys have on your end.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that council accepts the presentation from the Breaking the Chains Coalition program dated April 22nd, 2024, delegation as information.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. We'll open it up to discussion. Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler, to the chair. Couple questions. Where is it being located?
Right now it's in Waterworks Studio. So that
Okay, that's over by the post office?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
There's a lot of cost to this. Is this a donation cost or grants?
Right now we're looking at grants. Our application is in with the government. They said there is a waiting period, so we should hopefully be hearing back. This is about 4 months. Right now I'm funding everything on my own, and my staff is devoting their time for volunteering. So moving forward, the three aspects is for funding is for the food and supplies and clothing aspect, which we're hoping to have collaborations with certain organizations. I do have meetings with some coming up, so I'm hoping to resolve there where we can have a partnership, and that will help. Also with grants will be a huge aspect in looking for getting this to be done full time. We do want to run this Monday to Friday, but of course, to staff that is going to cost money. So that is what we're looking at once everything is approved. For now, it's just solely volunteer, and I'm funding it.
So, my last questions, if I may. So you had mentioned kind of a detox center. You bring clients in, but are they the same clients every day? Because, you know, to break the habit, it seems it has to be a repeated. You have to come in every day, not just a new guy.
Yes.
Or a new lady every day.
Yes, that's where we're hoping to bring in the incentives, but we do have sheets, auditing sheets, I would call it, and it also helps me understand that the staff is paying attention to what is going on as well. Where we do understand what happens, we do understand that there will be people that show up for free food and leave, and we do have a way to control those measures and see where people are at, and if it is helping, because the last thing it is just a hangout. just to be there, you know, and that's something I want to personally control. So we do have processes in place that do control those to see what intentions really people have being there. Are they participating? Are they opening up? Things like that. So.
Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. One of the things I've been pushing for is, with Hope Mission, is to have Indigenous ceremonies and going back to Indigenous heritage and history. So I appreciate the fact that you're going to do smudging and those kind of Indigenous ceremonies. The question I have, gosh, I sound like you, the question I have. My question is, if you're picking them up at 9 o'clock and returning them at 2 o'clock, do they have to stay for the full day, or can they walk away?
They don't have to stay for the full day. When they go back, we do ask that they ask us so we can drop them back off. We do want to control kind of the traffic along there, and we do have things in place that if they are leaving because of, say, a triggering incident, we do have controls in place on how to get them back to the shelter safely, so people aren't just coming and going and leaving.
Thank you. I wish you success.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor. It's gone. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Damien. Welcome. We're glad that you were able to come, and so I hope that you did not have too much stress this morning, and you've calmed down a little bit now. So deep breath. I promise my questions are going to be easy. Okay. Are you an addictions treatment center?
No.
I want you to speak to me. I know you met briefly with Councillor Platts and I just to sort of talk about your program so we understood what was going on. I want you to speak sort of briefly-ish as to what you saw and why you're doing what you did. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Okay.
What I saw.
Yeah, what it was that got you to think, I'm going to get some people I know together, I'm going to volunteer my time, I'm going to have what impact on this community?
At that, it was, as me with everybody else, of course, I have a lot of opinions. And a lot of opinions come with a lot of assumptions. And sorry, yes, of course, I have my opinions and my assumptions, but when I drop all of that and I step into like a processing engineering look where it's data driven and it's not based on opinions, and I put myself where the problems are, and I go and I put what I feel aside, and it's about the passion of people, and we look and we do have these problems here, and it doesn't matter if you like the organizations or not, this is what we have to work with. So when I went into Hope Mission and I went to work with them and they opened their arms, but I had to put everything that I thought I knew aside and actually seen firsthand of what their struggles are. You know, it doesn't matter about what my opinions are, so the struggles. And I was listening to a council meeting that happened a few months ago where you guys had a Felix come from Ontario, and he kind of did the risk assessment thing. I'm saying we just need to work together, right? This started on a grander vision, a way bigger vision, but when I looked at it and said, okay, you have a shelter there that has minimum resource and it's overcrowded, and what's gonna happen? People are gonna wake up, they're gonna eat their breakfast, they're gonna leave. If you've been into the shelter, you understand. Nobody's gonna wanna really be there all day, it's crowded, it's under, to get up and leave, where are they gonna go? If there's nowhere for them to go, where are they gonna go? They're gonna go to the stores. If it's cold out, they're gonna have the rounds. Like, you know, people are gonna come up with, I'm gonna go here, here, and here to stay warm. That's out of opinion. That's what's gonna happen. So it's easy to say, well, where's there a place? If we just offer a safe place, then why can't we go from there? So I've just put that together and said, let's just start off simple. Let's offer a safe place. Let's stop going with the opinions from the outside in, and let's go with the voices from the inside out. And that's really what it's about, is just offering a safe space and listening, and listening to what they have to say and not what I feel. And that's where it came out to. And this is where it's gotten to, and I'm glad that I have a staff along with me that this is not driven by money. This isn't motivated by money. This is people that care. This is passion. So that's where it comes from, and that's where it all came from, and that's where it is.
Thank you. And do you believe you have a positive impact on the community in general? So I'm not talking one segment of the community. Do you believe that your work is beneficial to the city and community that is Wetaskiwin?
For sure. One, it provides a safe place for people that are vulnerable. Two, it's helping with the community stores to not have so much traffic come through. I'm hoping that it drives down the nuisance calls that get brought into our enforcement officers. And on top of that, we start actually looking at the obstacles in the way that are really in our way, not just grasping at things we feel, and actually get to a smooth direction to knowing what the actual current condition is to what the target condition is and how we're going to get there, and going from there. So.
Awesome, thanks.
Councilor Billingsley?
Thank you. Through the chair to Damien, thank you very much. What's your ask for us?
Support advice. This is new to me. This is all new to me. So I don't know much of what I can do, what we're allowed to do, where the walls are, the barriers are.
So when you say support, what support are you looking for? Are you looking for just to be a cheerleader? Are you looking for money? Are you like, what does support from the city of Wetaskiwin mean to you?
A collaboration, I guess. Like if I have a question, or if I have a barrier and I understand the best way of getting through that barrier is maybe addressing a council member or the mayor, that I have the support, or I have the ear at least, that I have your time. That's basically all I really want, is to know I have your time and an ear.
Okay, thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Through the chair to Damien, thank you so much for coming and showing us what breaking the chains is. Thank you for the amount of time that you've been putting into this, as well as all of the people that are volunteering with you for this. This is not an easy project at all. This is very hard work, and the fact that you guys are dedicating your time and energy into this and are so passionate about what you do, it's incredibly heartwarming, and it really goes to show how many great people we have in our community that want to help out. So I'm always impressed with the work that you're doing, and in the past couple meetings that I've had with you, I'm also impressed by how much this program has developed every single time that I get to see a new brochure that you print out. And so I'm really impressed with all the work that you're doing, and I wish you the best of luck, and we're always around in case you need someone to talk to or figure stuff out with.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything further? So there was a big difference when you started speaking and presenting about what the program was, and then when you got asked why you were involved with it and kind of what your motivation was, it just flew out of your mouth. Like, it was complete passion. It was exactly what you were doing. It was why you were doing it, and I liked hearing the difference between what you were doing and how you felt about what you were doing. So congratulations on that, and you'll absolutely have my support, and if I can be a resource to help you with where to access grants or support or questions, I'd be happy to answer those for you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, Bill. Added agenda item 9.4, modular permit.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor, members of council. In November 2021, administration approved a development permit for a modular home on 42nd Avenue in an R2 district as a discretionary use. The home was placed on the property once the appeal period had passed, with no appeals filed. At the October 11th, 2022 regular council meeting, council heard from a local resident and realtor raising concerns about the possibility that manufactured homes could easily be located throughout Wetaskiwin under the current land use bylaw. In response, council flagged this item for review during the upcoming land use bylaw amendment and passed motion 034-23 that City Council requires all future modular housing, trailers, and mobile home permits to be brought to a council meeting for approval. Administration has now received a development permit application to build a small addition to this same home, and I believe that site plan is available to be put up on the screen. A small addition measuring 3.7 by 6.1 meters. You can see it labeled addition on the plan there. It will serve as a vestibule and mudroom. Under the land use bylaw, pardon me, this is a discretionary use, and so could be approved by the development officer subject to appeal, with notice of the approval and the appeal period provided to properties within 76 meters. Following review of the application against the land use bylaw provisions, administration has no concerns and intends to approve. We emphasize that this is an addition to the previously approved home, and it's not a new site or a new placement of a manufactured or modular home. Motion 034-23 presents a wrinkle because it does not actually amend the land use bylaw to redistrict this property to direct control, which would make council the approval authority. That would require a bylaw amendment involving public engagement that would consist at a minimum of an advertised public hearing. However, administration recognizes council's interest in this topic and so is bringing this item forward as information. We want to meet the spirit of the motion while recognizing the right of the applicant for their application to be addressed as defined in the land use bylaw. So with that, if you have any questions on this topic, I'd be pleased to answer.
Thank you. Looking for a motion to accept as information. Councillor Billingsley, any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Can we have the schematic back up, please? Thank you. So the addition is to the front of the building or the back of the building?
It's through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. This is an unusual property because it is a corner lot, and so we are asking the applicant to adhere to 2 front yards, and you can see those 2 yards. There's dashed lines within the lot itself that show 6.1 meters back from both property lines, so the addition falls within that area. But effectively, it's along the side of the building, but the lot, because it's a corner lot, has 2 front yards.
Is this the main entrance to the residence, or is this the back entrance to the residence?
My understanding is that it is a main entrance.
And so what would be the conditions of the addition? So for example, does it have to have similar siding to the main structure, or can it be all just unfinished wood product, or like what conditions get attached to the actual addition?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we don't have a lot of specific design considerations. However, it does have to meet building code, so it could not be unfinished. My understanding is that would not meet a building code requirement.
Does this development, or can this development permit have additional conditions placed on it?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, as a discretionary use, it could. Administration doesn't see the need at this time for additional conditions. If this had been a home that was conventionally built on site, we wouldn't be imposing additional conditions on it.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. It's just a question. This was a question. When this trailer mobile home, I'm sorry, was given permission to put there, did it fall under our rules, or was it, what I'm trying to say, is this trailer to the code of the city of Wetaskiwin for residential homes to be built on that, or do we somehow, because I believe I heard the debate regarding this, I wasn't in council then, that it was against development permits in Wetaskiwin.
Through the chair to Councillor Branco, there was some discussion at the time following the approval around potentially some updates that needed to happen to our definitions of manufactured home, in other words, a trailer, and modular home, and whether this particular development fell into a gray area between them. On that basis, that's part of the reason council specifically asked that the land use bylaw update consider these definitions and consider updating them when the regular land use bylaw update takes place. That's anticipated to begin this fall. When the initial development was approved, staff at the time determined it met the definition of a modular home, which is a discretionary use in this particular district. And so that means administration had the discretion to approve it, but had to send notification to all properties within 76 meters. That was done. The landowners within 76 meters did not raise concerns. The concerns came about a little bit later on from another member of the public who had concerns about it. And so this development would be approved in the same way. Notification would be provided to landowners within 76 meters.
My other question, which I'm having a conflict, this is not a modular home. This is a trailer that was brought on wheels.
Through the chair to Councillor Branco, I don't recall whether it was brought on its own wheels or not.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Emily. We can't ask to have this removed from the property now anyway. I mean, it's been approved, so that's the way it is. So I think that's in the past. If any of us in this room wanted to put that addition onto our homes, would we have to be coming through to council? Or would you just be able to approve it?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, you're asking if you had a regular site-built house,
Yes.
would this be coming to council? No, it would not be.
No, so it's going to meet all the conditions of everybody else who would be putting an addition onto their home. So I appreciate that you brought it to us, but I don't think that we should be looking at trying to modify anything that's being proposed. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you, and I totally agree with Councillor Elliott, but I do appreciate the concern of this topic that it was brought forward to us, but I totally agree with Councillor Elliott. It's up to staff. But thank you.
Ditto. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Pardon? Oh, didn't you vote? Oh, those opposed? Okay. You'll have to forget that all of that information, because we just accepted it as information, so you have to forget all of it now.
Okay. Oh, okay. I think that didn't clue in. Okay.
We are going to take a 15-minute break. All right, welcome back. We're going to get into staff reports for decision 10.1, direct control permit.
Yeah, that's the one we started at the beginning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So Planning and Development Department have received development permit application of demolition for the Farmer Visitor Information Center for Wetaskiwin. Property address is 491055A Street in DC Direct Control Zone. The building caught on fire and burned down in November 2023. So now property owner wants to clean up the site. He wants to clean up existing wood, metal, debris from the site. As for your information, all utilities like water line, sewer system, gas, and power, all are kept off. We issued a development permit with all standard demolition conditions, as you can see on your screens. And once we will get approval from the council, as I mentioned, it is in DC zone. So after that, once we will get approval, then we will be issuing development permit for the complete demolition.
Karen, can we put the motion up?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. Move that City Council approve the development permit for the demolition of 491055 A Street as presented.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion?
So this is DC, obviously, and that's the reason why I came to here. Is there going to be any consideration from administration to change this property going forward from DC, or is it administration's looking for wish, intent to leave it as DC?
To the mayor, to the council, still we didn't receive any kind of application for the rezoning, so I believe it will be the same in the DC zone.
Thank you.
That request would have to come from the property owner,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
Anything further? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. How long will the demolition take, like from the start to finish till the property is completely cleaned?
To the mayor, to the council, according to applicant, it's gonna take 4 to 5 days to complete the all demolition stuff.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Item 10.2, recall update.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Karen, I did finish the RFD just this morning, so Karen can put it up on the screen for you if we can access that. And I'll just go through some of the history on this. The reason I didn't get this in on time was I was waiting for a legal opinion, which just came late last night. So just going back to the original, we received a recall petition on February 8th. It was validated on February 12th, which meant that it had a closing date of April 12th before the end of business day. I did not receive anything before the end of business day on April 12th, and therefore sent out notices to Municipal Affairs, the petitioner, and the councillor that was being petitioned that no recall package had been received. Municipal Affairs did contact me on the following Monday, April 15th, to remind me that the entire package was still due to the CAO within 2 days of declaring the petition closed. I did reach out to the petitioner to remind them of the requirements, and the petitioner did divulge that they had destroyed the original copies. The city informed Municipal Affairs, and Municipal Affairs was it had indicated that it was extremely clear what the requirements were. and that they had never seen anything like this before and left it to the municipality to decide what additional steps needed to be taken. We did contact a lawyer because I was not sure what steps council could or should take. And I asked the lawyer several questions, and the two responses that are relevant came in. So the first one, under section 240.96 of the MGA, the municipality can request the minister decide how best to proceed forward. Under 240.96 sub C, a minister is permitted to decide any question arising from any extraordinary circumstances or confusion, difficulty, or inconsistency with applying the recall petition provision in the MGA. And the second one was that the city can have the lawyer send a letter to the petitioner demanding that the signatures be provided for destruction. This would shift then the liability from the municipality to the petitioner for the destruction of the signatures that was indicated by the petitioner. So we do have two motions coming out. One is to get us to approach municipal affairs to make a decision on this because of the extraordinary circumstances, and the other one is to get the lawyer to send the letter to the petitioner. I did want to note in financials, so we did track time and legal costs for this process, and it came out to just over $5,280. That was up to the day of the closing, and then we had estimated the further costs, especially given that nothing was received, and what we needed to do after that was estimated to be no more than $1,500, and that is presuming that nothing else is required besides the lawyer to write the letter. Yeah, and that was it. All of the conditions, all the other conditions of the petition were met. We did advertise as required, and these are the only two pieces that are left outstanding. So we would be looking for a motion of council to for direction moving forward on this.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council directs administration to request that municipal affairs decide on the best steps forward due to the extraordinary circumstances of this situation.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
So, through the chair to administration, my best understanding of this situation is that the petitioner did not keep the signatures they were supposed to. That is what this is all really all about, and they didn't submit them to us, to the city. So, is that fair?
It is. The wording that was used in the response was that that the petitioner destroyed all originals. So there's still some question about what may or may not be out there.
Sure. So, and I guess what I'm wondering is there anything within provincial legislation that says if you do not, this is what the result is? And if there isn't anything there, do we need as a city some form of a bylaw of a penalty for not doing what you're supposed to do?
Well, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, the lawyer indicated that there was nothing expressly obvious within the act that spoke to this. There is a connection to the Elections Act, and so the lawyer's advice was to push this back to municipal affairs to decide what needed to be done, rather than spending more money on a lawyer to try and enforce their legislation.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to administration. Perchance, do we have a number, though, regardless of whether there's a copy of the original? Do we have a number of persons who signed the petition?
We do not.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
Secondly, I move that City Council directs administration to ensure a letter of demand is issued to the petitioner.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue. Does the first motion not negate the second motion in the sense we're asking the government to tell us how to proceed, but we're already proceeding?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, not necessarily. So the legislation does say that the CAO, hence the city, is responsible to do certain things. We're now unable to do those things because of the petitioner. And so in order to protect the city from any future litigation, sorry, just let me, I can read this, how the wording was directly. It would shift the liability or onus on the municipality to the petitioner, and this could be potentially relied on as evidence in the future if required. So because we had an obligation to do certain things that we are now unable to do, the lawyers suggest that we issue the letter of demand, that they turn everything over, and then if they will request that they respond in writing, when they respond in writing saying that they can't, it would then alleviate the municipality of any responsibility.
Thank you. Through the chair to Sue. So the letter demanding, what specifically are we demanding? And the reason I ask the question is because whatever the demand is, I want it to be clear, because if it's perceived that demand is the original document, and the answer is, well, I don't have the original document, but you also suggested there may be other documents or other pieces of information that may not have been disposed of. And is that also what we would be asking for?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, the legislation states that the originals must be submitted to the CAO and any copies destroyed by the petitioner. So because of the way that the wording was presented to me, I have no representation whether or not there were copies and if they were destroyed as well.
But what happens, or you may have answered the question, but and if so, then I need to hear it again. By asking for the originals that we've already been informed are not available, you're saying that takes the onus and places it not on us, but on the petitioner. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. Sue, so if they hand in any information, we eat the expense, because that would be our expense cost, because they paid for this application, correct? So we can't go after them and say, you owe us $5,500 or anything. And any expense after that, we're eating it, because if we want to spend more money, you were going to come to ask us for counsels. Am I correct or am I wrong, guys?
If we had to, if there had to be, what do they call it?
If they hand in any information, which they had an application fee to do, so we would eat that 5,000 as it says here, right?
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, the money that was noted in the RFD is how much we have spent through the recall petition process. So they don't owe us any money, and we have no avenue to collect money from them. That is the staff time and the legal fees that were incurred by the city during the recall process. So that money's already spent, and we cannot get reimbursed for that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. .1, Council Committee Reports and Attendance. Looking for a motion to accept this information.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. So I will start with Councillor Nielsen and finish with Councillor Billingsley.
Happy to be here.
Councillor Billingsley. Perfect. Did you have Marches or just February?
I only have February's, so I don't. You want me to remember back to March now?
No, I don't.
Okay, good. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you.
Fantastic. Let's make this easier. Is anybody not happy to be here?
Staff raise their hand.
Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. 12.1, Fire Bylaw 2057-24.
Mr. Mayor, Council, the purpose of this RFD is to provide Council with an overview of proposed Fire Bylaw 2057-24. Changes were required to the existing bylaw 2041-23 to make it enforceable, requesting consideration of all 3 readings at this meeting. So the changes that were made or that we're proposing, administration added required definitions for enforcement officer, emergency vehicle, fire service, property, municipal government act, provincial offense procedures act, violation tag, violation ticket, and explosive based on a review and recommendations from enforcement services. And the document was also reformatted to line up the sections with the penalties and fines. If the numbering did not line up with the sections in the penalties and fines, Schedule D, enforcement officers would not be able to enforce it in King's Bench Court due to administrative errors in the bylaw. And the bylaw is attached, sorry.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council gives first reading to Fire Bylaw 2057-24, and I have no questions.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Just a couple here. Definition 2.1, we removed, or you removed, the definition related to the incident command. Which stated it was either yourself or the highest in position, whatever. So why was that removed then? Which was indicating who was in charge on the scene?
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, it was redundant. It doesn't need to be, so we follow it. There's a definition in there of ICS. We follow ICS command, and it spells it out in there.
Embedded there.
Yeah.
Thank you. And under the permits on 7.1 and Appendix A, 1 permit per each fire for fire pit. Is that correct? 1 permit, 1 fire?
Sorry, which 7.1?
7.1 and Appendix A. It talks about the permit for me to have a fire in a fire pit in my yard.
No, the previous bylaw took out fire pit permits, so we no longer require a fire pit permit. So Schedule A, the permits that are in Schedule A, B are fireworks permits, as well as a permit to sell fireworks. The Schedule A needs to be there needs to be an adjustment. It needs to be retitled.
Right, because Schedule A on my form
Correct.
talks about conditions of the permit, purpose of the burning, and so forth.
Correct.
It has no relationship to fireworks.
I apologize, that should not be in there. It should have been, that one was taken out.
Okay,
In the previous bylaw, bylaw 2041-23, when we brought that bylaw last year, that was to remove the fire pit permits. What was attached to the RFD, it should not have the Schedule A. Schedule A should actually be, it's just the wrong revision that was attached to the RFD.
So Schedule A really should be what is currently here under Schedule B then?
Correct.
Discharge, display fireworks?
Correct.
And Schedule C would then be Schedule B?
Correct.
Okay.
That wasn't caught when we attached it, I apologize.
So then, permit 7.12, extending a permit. So again, are we talking then about extending a fireworks permit? Or are we talking about open fires again?
Sue?
I don't mean to override the questions here, but I'm wondering if council wanted to make a motion to table this and we could get it all corrected and then bring it back at once, and Councillor Nielsen could submit his questions, we could make sure that those are addressed.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. You want to make a motion to table?
I would so move that we table this item until
May 13th should be.
May 13th?
Okay. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 12.2, rescinding bylaw 1759-10 by the Lake Park. And we need to have a second and third reading for this before we rescind. Are you here on your day off?
That's what I was thinking too.
That's why he raised his hand when he was asked if he wanted to be here.
Morning, just make sure your mic's on, please.
There we go. Better?
There we go.
So I'm bringing forward a rescinding of the bylaw 1759-10 by the Lake Park. This bylaw is going into second reading and third reading for today. And the purpose and the background of the bylaw is to consolidate several other bylaws around different park areas. So it includes the Lake Park bylaw 1759-10, the amendment 1497-1001, sorry, the Parks and Recreational Areas bylaw, which is 1104-89, and also an update to the Community Standards bylaw 1916-18. So instead of having several different bylaws dealing with the parks and recreation areas and having certain bylaws for different parks, we've kind of consolidated them all into one community standards for any open space in any park within the city. So the major changes, obviously we updated fines. Some of the fines are quite low and quite old, so that's all in Schedule A. We've updated certain definitions like firearms, hard servicing, open space and parks, projectiles, special events, camping. In the bylaw package, those are all highlighted red for any definitions that we updated. We also put in for park and storage on front lawns under the nuisance definition if they're not on an approved like surface. So people can't just park on the grass and so forth. And then we also put in administrative fees just on remedial orders and sidewalk cleanups for non-compliance. We found that the fines were not enough to, like, people would let us clean their properties because it was cheaper than hiring a contractor to do so. So we've increased those admin fines to offset that, so people will get their own contractors to do their work. And then we added several provisions for the parks and outdoor spaces as well. And I can go through the bylaw in detail if you guys would like to go through each section, but yeah. There's no financial, limited financial implications. Obviously the fines and stuff would increase. We will have to look at potentially buying new signs for some of the park areas. If, like for example, I think the park by the lake used to close at 11 p.m. It no longer does that, so we might have to look at any signage through Public Works and adjust those signs. We have requested signs already for the dog park in accordance with this. Legal, there's no risks that were identified by the lawyers at this time. And then the program service levels, any enforcement with the new bylaw, it'd just be a bit of communication warnings with the public that we can do on site. But essentially, we're not making anything too radical, but definitely the like hard surfacing and stuff might be something new for people. Policies and backgrounds, I think I mentioned the previous bylaws and RFDs. So I found 4 different RFDs just relating to all the bylaws that we kind of amalgamated together. And then, yeah, the recommendations is to give second reading to this bylaw, third reading, and then rescind the other bylaws that are no longer required.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council gives second reading to Bylaw 2029-23 Community Standards Bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. I'm looking at 27.18. Where it says a city manager of a bylaw enforcement officer may remove or have removed. Is that a typo, or how do I interpret that? The city manager of a bylaw enforcement officer.
It means or. It should be or instead
okay.
of. So we can fix
Okay,
that typo.
so that, it's just a typo thing?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you. I'm also looking at item 14.1 under nuisance. And that's the multiple vehicles parked on individual residents' front lawn, so forth. And again, just clarification on 14.1B.
Sub 2?
2, yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay,
caught that one
that's fine,
already.
thank you. And I guess my question related to this particular item, though, is are there regulations pertaining to the amount of front yard that can be utilized for hard surfacing? And I suspect we do have that. I just don't know where it would be.
It would be under the, I believe, the land use bylaw.
It's all under land use bylaw.
Yeah.
So that would control how much property I can actually hard surface so I can park multiple vehicles.
Correct.
Thank you. My next question is, what prevents an individual who has a whole multitude of vehicles parked on their front property from simply taking all those multiple vehicles and lining them up on the street?
So any roadway in the city, vehicles can be parked on, but there's now provincial regulations on that. So vehicles have to be registered, insured, and they can only be on the roadway for 72 hours before they have to be moved again. So once they leave private property, they go onto the road, the Traffic Safety Act then can be enforced, as well as our traffic bylaw.
And I don't mean to be silly with this comment, but if I have a lineup of 7 vehicles across my front,
Yeah.
if I pull the first one out, move every vehicle 1 car forward, and then put the first one at the back, have they moved their vehicles?
Potentially, yes.
Thank you. And once this is passed, this then can be enforced through bylaw?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple questions.
We've been there.
Nothing to throw at him.
Sidewalk. You will, because our bylaws state the fines aren't too good. What if the sidewalk is inoperable to walk, or the owner can't shovel it because it's cracked, it's heaved, and he can't maintain the sidewalk properly because it is not sitting structurally safe or unsafe? Who's responsible for that?
So Mayor, through the council, that would be up to the city. So if someone has an issue with their sidewalk or someone on city property, they would probably have to do a service track report.
Okay, very good. So when does he start control of his sidewalk if it's not done this winter?
Sorry, can you repeat the question there?
If the sidewalk's all cracked and he can't shovel the snow, do we give him a ticket this winter, but the sidewalk is inoperable to be cleaned?
It would be on, if there's an extraordinary case like that, that the sidewalk is destroyed enough that people can't walk on it, that would definitely be a service track report. Other than shoveling, there's other means like salting or sanding or different things like that that people can do to control ice and snow.
Okay. The other question to my colleague on the vehicles, what predicts a size of a front yard that you can't have so many vehicles?
So the sizing of front yards would be under the land use bylaw.
Pardon?
It would be under the land use bylaw, the size of front yards and allocations for driveways and so forth.
But there are residents who are in city limits who have 500 feet of front lawn.
It could be.
So what is the allowed vehicles to be sitting in that front lawn?
Well, in this, there wouldn't be any vehicles allowed on any non-approved hard surfaces. You can't park on like your front grass, yeah.
So I think I have to excuse myself on this one here, because it has a conflict with me. It doesn't though. But I have 2 acres of front lawn and I can't park my cars on my lawn.
On the grass, yeah.
On the grass.
Yeah. That's not a conflict because you're choosing not to follow a bylaw.
It's just illegal.
Yeah, but there is, okay. I see what you're saying, but I don't see what you're saying.
But just because, so with this bylaw, it says that you can't park on the grass. Because you're choosing to still park on the grass doesn't mean that you have a conflict. It means that you're not following the bylaw.
Understood. But where is, that's what I'm asking, the front size of your front lawn. I'm 500 feet from the road.
Yep.
So
But you're still required to park on a hard surface.
Thank you. Okay, I'll let it sit there. And something for, I think. I understand what you're going down here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Yep. I believe it was not in, it's in the definition section.
So we are defining that separately from there, saying
Yeah, so panhandling specifically is 2.1 sub Y. So it's still allowed for charitable donations, but not. Yeah. And the reason, Councillor through the Mayor, the reason that we have it in there is also to give authority to our bylaw officers to investigate and look at complaints. Yeah.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the gentleman, can I say that?
Only if they are.
I try to be.
When we look at all the 14.1, and then we look at 17.2 on, and 18 on unoccupied buildings, I'm wondering, the mayor has suggested that we have a derelict properties bylaw. Could we include a definition of derelict in this section and then add a schedule that would say what we do in case of derelict buildings, rather than reformulate a whole new bylaw? I'm just wondering if that could be expedited in here, because a lot of the definitions in here are what makes a derelict building, and but we don't have it defined as such. I'm just wondering.
I'm not sure what the difference between Edmonton's bylaw that they introduced, which was what we were kind of following.
Yes.
So I'll leave it to administration to maybe explain why we would have a derelict properties bylaw and this.
Okay. Thank you.
Certainly. Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I believe we're still going to need 2 separate bylaws, but what might happen is we would cross-reference into this bylaw. So we could, based on whatever is approved in the derelict property bylaw, We could update the community standards, or we could just have it completely in there, but there is going to be likely two parts to it, is how we handle derelict properties and how we tax derelict properties.
So through the chair to Sue, then it would just be simpler and more concise to do it as two separate entities.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration, and this is not trying to open up the can of worms again, but just for some clarification for my brain. In the land use bylaw, am I correct that on our properties within the community, it is a certain amount of area of our land that can have surfaces that are not drainable, right? So it's not that I cannot put, and I'm just going to use this as an example, I cannot cover my entire backyard with concrete just because I want to. Is that correct? Because we have only a certain percentage of the land can be undrainable. I mean, am I using the right word, undrainable? Like we keep surfaces so water runoff can...
I can answer some of that. So through the chair to Councillor Aberley, you're only allowed to develop a certain percentage of your property. And then we do have a surface drainage bylaw, which also dictates that you cannot have a hard surface right up to the property line. There needs to be common swales so that drainage can run off. Right. And then further to that, we have fees for storm runoff. And if there are more hard surfaces than soft surfaces or permeable surfaces, we would increase the rates for those as well.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't scroll far enough along in my phone here. I'm learning. Under 27, it's about signs and defacing of signs and things, and I think we need to make sure that we update our signs and get them looking better. Some of them would be better removed right now, especially on our trails. Some of our trail markers and things need to be updated. Do we have, in the original bylaw, it said that the, why are you laughing, Councillor Nielsen?
Because one doesn't have to do with the other.
Oh. Well, if it's kind of like the derelict property. If you see a bunch of broken windows, you're going to break more windows. And if we see a bunch of signs that are defaced, people might be inclined to deface signs more regularly. We had one also that said that By the Lake Park closed at 10 o'clock. Now, is By the Lake Park going to be open 24/7, or is it still going to close?
Councillor, from Mayor, yes, the By the Lake Park will be open now. It has been, it's just the signs haven't reflected that.
Okay.
And it has not been locked at night. So we're kind of, and this bylaw reflects the current status of that park.
Okay, and related to item 36 about permits, I was just wondering if we could have a list of parks that require a permit so that people would know that maybe I want to go to Linelta Park and have a family barbecue, but I don't know if I have to have a permit, so I plan it and then somebody else might have it booked. So I just think we need to have a list of parks that require a permit.
Councillor, this reflects also the current permitting structure that any large event or any event on city property would require a permit regardless of what park it's in. Okay. And I believe that permit structure is being reviewed right now.
And this may be for you or for Sue. Sue, if somebody rents our park, or somebody uses a park like Jubilee Park, are they insured through the city, or do they have to have their own insurance?
I can answer. They do have to have their own insurance for any event.
Okay, thank you. I did send these in advance, these questions. Can you get more than one ticket for concurrent offenses? Like if there's an unsightly property and you gave them a ticket and you say you have to be cleaned up by April the 15th, can you send them another one and can they keep getting more and more fines?
Potentially, yes, if the offense continues on. For specific to unsightly properties, we would issue a municipal government act order. If they don't comply, then we would do the cleanup and fine them. If they have another issue, we would issue another order, another fine. So if the offense continues on, yes, we can have multiple tickets and multiple days. And there is scaling in the fines in Schedule A.
Yes.
And also provincial regulations that it can go to a Part 2 for warrants or something like that if fines continue on. They just can't get the same, like 2 tickets for the same offense at the same time. So you can't rate a bylaw ticket for parking and a provincial ticket for parking at the same offense time. You'd have to use one or the other.
But could you give a unsightly building and then accumulation of debris and garbage at the same time?
Yeah, potentially. In the MGA orders, we have to list every violation of the bylaws in there, so it can have multiple violations listed, and then we can look at potential fine structures if they don't comply to see what they don't comply to.
Okay, what if people get fined and it says that we're going to put it on their tax bill, but they don't have a home and they don't, like, how do we find people who aren't able to pay? What are the consequences?
So the tax roll is only under a municipal government act type order. So if there's a cleanup on a property and there's a cleanup associated that the city would have to do to make that property in compliance, that bill, if not paid, would go in the tax roll. When it comes to individual fines, provincially, the provincial government has a system under the Provincial Offences Procedures Act that indicates that a Part 3 fine, which would be most of these, would accumulate up, and if you go to registries and try to register your car or renew your vehicle, you have to pay the fines forthwith before you do that. However, people who have no fixed address or people who don't have property in the city, we can issue what's called a Part 2 fine, which then a warrant would potentially go out for their arrest for unpaid fines.
Okay, thank you. And 27.9, with the fines, there's a fine for harassing wildlife and there's a fine for exterminating wildlife, and they are the same. And I feel that the extermination of wildlife is much more serious than just harassing wildlife, and I wonder if the fines should reflect that the sanctity of life is a little more important than just trying to harass something.
I agree with you, Councillor, and that has been updated.
It has?
Yes.
I thought they were the same.
Since your questions came in.
Oh, okay. Okay. What is an OHV? Well, let's see, a firefighter would know that. Okay.
And that definition has also been added in.
Okay, I was looking for it. I couldn't find it. All right. Thank you very much. That's all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good job, man. Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. Thank you for my colleagues some question. I'll start with wildlife. It's hard to harass wildlife. What if the wildlife harasses your yards and your trees and your animals? Who's responsible for that?
It would be the Alberta Fish and Game would be the agency that would deal with wildlife.
But you have wildlife in our bylaws.
Yes.
So if the Alberta government deals with wildlife when we have a complaint, what's your wildlife complaint?
So the issues with wildlife here is if someone harasses wildlife in our parks or tries to exterminate one in our parks.
In your parks, okay.
Yeah, then our bylaw officers have authority. Right now, our bylaw officers cannot investigate any wildlife complaints.
Okay. Question number two, what designate hard surface? Gravel, asphalt, or concrete?
That would be up to the land use bylaw for the definitions of that in specific, what they allow and what they don't.
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, we, when first reading came, we had big discussions around paving stones, asphalt, concrete, etc. So there was also some discussions that I'm sure are going to come still about are people grandfathered or not grandfathered, etc. So it can't be moving forward. It can't be gravel. It has to be a paved surface, which could include paving stones.
Thank you. That solves one. And Actually, two. You said one, two, that were, but I don't know. Where is the front line of somebody's property? Is it the corner of the house? Is it the back of the house?
I believe that would be defined under the land use bylaw as well, but it would be essentially from what I believe the threshold of the front of the house forward towards the street facing.
Covers you?
So far, that's good.
Any further discussion? Okay, so with driveways and parking, my concern was when we were first talking about this, it was gravel driveways. And one of the comments was that if homeowners or property owners have gravel driveways, they're then bringing that debris onto the road, and it creates more of a problem in terms of cleanup and the potential for rocks being thrown and whatever. But we've got, I'm gonna guess, hundreds of alleys that lead onto city streets, and I would find it unfair to property owners who have existing gravel driveways be forced to make that change into hard surfaces. I would struggle with even from now on creating the bylaw that says you must have that as a hard surface because the city doesn't as well. And I think that unless we're willing to make that change as an organization, our alleys being hard surfaced up to a certain amount leading into that roadway, that I would have a hard time expecting landowners or property owners to do the same thing. I understand the intent behind the bylaw, but I can't support that for existing property owners for sure. And of course, we have expectations for what that development looks like. And so, like I said, I could get on board for it being grandfathered and nothing further being a gravel driveway, but I couldn't support the bylaw as is, where it was forcing property owners to change a gravel driveway to a hard surface. So that would be my amendment, is taking out the hard surface portion for the driveways, or it needing to be a hard surface. I would support it being gravel being acceptable, and then obviously not allowing parking on lawns. Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. So with your amendment, speaking to the amendment, that if somebody was parking on the grass currently, they still would not be able to go buy 5 yards of gravel, put it down, and start parking on the gravel.
Correct, because, yes.
Right, so what you're saying is if there's gravel, they can keep the gravel, but they can't add gravel.
Correct, and it still would have to meet that land use bylaw of what is acceptable for coverage. Okay. Sue?
Through the mayor to council, sorry, I just wanted to get clarification because I believe in the land use bylaw, it says any new properties must have hard surface, so you're not trying to negate those new properties.
No, I struggle with that just based on what we have for infrastructure, but right now I can't in good faith say that somebody who
must convert.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. You brought some good questions.
Councilor Bronco.
One of my concerns, so we have a resident who has an RV. I'm speaking, ain't I?
We're in the amendment right now. Yeah.
So, on the hard surface, so if you have a resident beside his house, wants to park his camper behind his house, but it needs a driveway to put up, back up where everybody does. That makes it an access more for a hard surface. Does everybody know where I'm getting at? So if you have your driveway and you got 15 feet beside your house, you want to park your camper in behind, but you want to make an approach.
Are we talking about the amendment?
We're talking
so
about
existing. If there was existing gravel right now for an RV parking
yes.
or a gravel driveway.
But if he wants to make it, we're going to say no.
Correct.
No, but he wants to put concrete in there.
Concrete, as long as it meets the land use bylaw in terms of the amount of area.
I'm bringing something else different. Okay, Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Anything further? So for the Sue, just for the understanding for the bylaw for the change, my amendment is that any gravel driveway existing can stay without having to be changed. Anything new coming on has to be that hard surface as per the land use bylaw.
Correct. And are you, even if there's an upgrade to the property, are you still
Upgrade to the property, that would still fall under the,
land use bylaw?
yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yep. That works.
What I'm looking at is not having those that currently have a gravel driveway have
Yes.
to change.
Yep, that would work.
So are you saying grandfather these people with a gravel?
If they currently have gravel driveway, yes.
What if they have grass?
You can't park on grass. Once this amendment is done, you could make another amendment saying you can park on grass.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question. So we're only talking front yards, correct?
No, well,
Okay, so in our former house, I was parking a fifth wheel at the back of our house. So I had a gate that opened onto the alley,
Yep.
and I put gravel down.
yeah. So you would be, that residence would be grandfathered.
But if I wanted to do that now, I
You
would have
need
to have
hard
a...
surfacing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam, through the chair, I think, to Mayor Gandam. So that was a good question because it changed my interpretation. What constitutes a parking pad and what constitutes a driveway? And I'm not trying to be really crazy about it, but I think, like, you drive up to a house, appreciate,
Yep.
but then where you actually leave the vehicle is different than a driveway. So should it's, and I'm just thinking, should I add to that? Because we don't make friendly amendments anymore?
No, you would amend the amendment, but
So can I add an amendment to the amendment?
no.
No. So I agree to this and then do another amendment? Thank you.
Yeah. So my understanding, so under 14.1I, parking or storage of a motor vehicle. So that would include, like, you have to drive up to it regardless. So you have a gravel parking or gravel driveway, or you have gravel that is to a parking pad in the back. And so as it stands right now, or with this bylaw, it would say that if you were parking or storing a vehicle or a recreational vehicle, that would need to be hard surfaced. And my amendment is that if you currently have a gravel driveway or a gravel parking pad, you would be able to keep that as a gravel parking pad, and anything new would require that hard surfacing. Yeah, and that's not. Okay. Is that how administration understands it?
The section 14.1 sub I is only for front yards.
Oh, sorry. So then what is the requirement for a parking pad in the backyard?
Through the chair to council, it would be as per the land use bylaw, hard surface.
So again, okay.
And that's a whole other bylaw that we could update with respect to that. I think Kathy and I were just having the discussion. I think knowing the conversation that's happening here, we could issue, but we will not issue under the land use bylaw, knowing that that's coming back to council for updates.
But okay, and that's fair, but I struggle with that. If we had a complete turnover tomorrow, then we now don't have that to protect property owners moving forward. So I think that without a change to that bylaw, or can this amendment include front and back for parking, or would that change the intent?
It could include both, but it's still going to be in conflict with the land use bylaw.
Which we would need to have to be brought back.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Nielsen and then Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. Again, just for clarification then, when we first started wrestling with this particular issue, Sue, we had conversations related to a percentage of your front yard that could be covered. And we used the word hard surfaced, I think. So if we are taking, are we excluding the concept of gravel? Are we excluding that from being called a hard surface? And if we're excluding that from being a hard surface, can I put my whole front yard into gravel? Because I don't like cutting the lawn.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, gravel is not a hard surface, not considered a hard surface, and you cannot put your whole yard into gravel through the surface drainage bylaw.
But when we first talked, there was a percentage of your front yard, there was only so much of a percentage that could be hard surfaced, correct? And we're saying hard surfacing.
We're gonna, we'll figure that out, but we'll deal with the amendment right now in terms of just driveways as opposed to an entire front yard. Current driveways is my amendment, yeah. Councillor Bronco.
So I think I'm going to go a little bit to my colleague here. So if we have a gravel and the guy parks his car beside his driveway, it's gravel, and he wants to put concrete, he can remove that concrete, put gravel, gravel and put concrete, correct? Does that not eliminate the square footage of what he's allowed to have as a hard surface in his front yard, but yet he has gravel and is parking his car?
If the amendment is approved for that being grandfathered in, that gravel is permitted if it's existing. Then if it's not and you change it to hard surfacing, then that speaks to the land use bylaw. No, you said gravel.
Okay, but if it, I understand, if it's gravel, he's parking his vehicle there. So he can park his car in front of the gravel in the front yard, if it's there grandfathered.
That's what my amendment is speaking to.
Yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Bronco, I'm getting very confused by all of them.
Me too, and can we table this so we can have, I know you don't want to table that, but there's a lot of unclarification on what is. Because I'm looking, if you got a gravel parking lot beside your driveway where you park your vehicles, and what Tyler Gandam, Mr. Mayor is saying, but if I want to use that, keep using it as a parking lot, and I want to put a hard surface, then that changes the concept of what my front yard's hard surface is, the square footage I'm allowed to have.
Go ahead, Sue.
Sorry to be picky, but Councillor Bronco did say table, so is he removing the concept of tabling this motion from the floor?
He didn't move to table, he said can. Would you like to make a motion to table it?
No.
Okay. In the land use bylaw, if you have a driveway that was allowed with whatever development permit you had, now you have gravel on there existing. If that landowner, property owner, decided to change and take out that gravel and put concrete down, they would need to meet the land use bylaw for the amount of coverage they have on that property.
Correct.
So that's what Councillor Bronco is speaking to, changing that gravel to hard surfacing. You still have to meet the land use bylaw for what's permitted for coverage of that.
Okay, but then
Make sure
he's
you're
still
speaking in your
parking,
mic.
he's still parking, theoretically, he's still parking his car on the grass. Because we're saying that's not a hard surface.
No, I'm saying grandfathered in is the gravel. You can't say that they're parking on gravel and then change it to grass.
You could change the grass, but not park on it.
That's right. Without having to worry about the land use bylaw and the coverages. To the amendment, Councillor Nielsen.
Can we get a whiteboard?
Strong pictures?
I think it's to the amendment. No, I do. So I want to go back to the land use bylaw suit as it relates to the amendment, I think. Currently, when someone builds a home, they're allowed so much of their front yard that can be considered a driveway or parking area. And currently, it doesn't matter whether it is asphalt, concrete, or gravel. The gravel is all part of that parking allowance. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, gravel was removed from the land use bylaw quite some time ago. It is hard surface.
Okay. Good.
Okay. Stop it. Yes. Anything further to the amendment?
I just want to see the amendment.
Okay.
Thank you, I'm happy.
Okay. Anything further to the amendment? Those in favor? Opposed?
No, I'm just,
There's no grass.
I just want to look that up again.
Oh, sorry. Can you pull the amendment up, please? Okay. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. To the original motion, giving first reading to bylaw 2029-23.
It'll be second reading, Mayor.
Oh, second reading, I'm sorry. Second reading to 2029-23. Any further discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Sorry. No, I'm good, thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
I'd like to make a motion to
Amendment?
amendment to grandfather those residents who use their front in certain areas of our community that have over a half acre of front lawn to park their vehicles on the front lawn. So what I'm saying is,
Just wait. She'll get your amendment and then,
okay,
then you can speak to it.
I would like to change the amendment that those residents in certain areas of our community who have more, than, I'm going to say, a quarter acre or half acre.
Which one?
Quarter acre. Because their driveway will be long going into their house, but don't put driveway, that should be grandfathered to park their vehicles in there.
We'll take 5 minutes. No problem. Yeah. Do you want to? Sorry, Councillor Bronco, can you just work with?
Sure, I will. Oh, thank you.
All right, welcome back. Councillor Bronco's had the opportunity to make sure his amendment is reflective of his desires.
What the heck? Okay.
Would you like to read your amendment out?
Yes, thank you, Tyler. My amendment is to grandfather parcels of land that are more than a quarter acres, the ability to park in the vehicles on their front lawn in Wetaskiwin.
Okay, so to the amendment, Councillor Nielsen.
I won't support the motion. I think we have a number of properties within our community that are on, as a minimum, quarter-acre parcels. And I guess I look at it from a personal perspective. If my neighbor had multiple lots, and they built one home on multiple lots in my neighborhood, and they decided to park all their vehicles up on their front lawn because they have all that expanse, I think has a negative appearance and perhaps have impact on property values because of that. So I can't support that motion.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Branco. What's your intent with this? Like, so in other words, if someone's got a quarter acre, they could park as many vehicles as they want, wherever they wanted on that so said property?
No, my intention is just if people drive in and they don't want to park, I have an abundance of cars, as you know. So if I if I drive in, why can't I park my car in front of my grass and leave it there for a week until I need to cut it and I move it to cut it? But you're saying I can't. I have 72 hours to move my vehicles beside my basketball court that I have to move.
No, only if it's on the street in front.
No,
not on your property.
Is it only on the, so it's not in the street because I can't park on a gravel road because it's a truck route. So you're telling me Trent knows where I live, so where I park my basketball court, if I have my two trucks or 3 trucks that I own parked there, I can't park there besides my driveway. Basically is what you're telling me. Yes. Yep.
Just make sure your mic's on, please. Yes, because.
But if I go 20 feet behind where my truck is, because the corner of my house, I can park it there.
Yes.
So, but the way that this motion reads, so said property owner certainly could put 17 vehicles right in their front lawn.
Yes, it does. Yes, you're correct.
And for that reason, I certainly cannot support it.
Okay.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's called the Community Standards Bylaw, so the standards should be the same for the community. That's the way I see it. I was just wondering, though, not to throw a fly in the ointment, but what about people who have antiques on their front yard? They may have an antique tractor, they may have an antique vehicle. There's somebody in town has a boat on their front yard. What are we saying about those kinds of adornments that aren't running motor vehicles?
So if it's like a boat and it's used, it would be considered like a recreational vehicle?
No, it's there as a decoration.
Okay, then it would be part of the, I guess, yard decoration. We do have a definition of like vehicle parts and stuff. So if there is a vehicle that is used as decoration, if there's vehicle parts around or something like that, it could be against the bylaw. But if it's, turned into like a flower bed or something like that, then I wouldn't be under the definition of a motor vehicle.
Like a plow, or as I say, antique tractors or those kinds of things.
Yeah, I'll have to look at the definition of inoperable vehicles. But essentially, if they're not registered, or if they're registered as antique, it would change it. But
Okay.
if they're used as a motor vehicle, then it would have to be considered.
So it'd have to be registered as an antique for it to be able to be placed on the yard?
Not necessarily, but that would, if it's an antique, like a museum piece or something like that, like an airplane at the airport or something like that, that's inoperable as a vehicle and it's used as sort of a antique decoration, it wouldn't necessarily fall under the class of a motor vehicle any longer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Blatz.
Through the chair. Now that concerns me too, because then can everybody just say, well, I haven't registered my vehicle, so now it's inoperable, so now.
To the amendment, Councillor Blatz.
Yeah, sorry. Anyways, okay, so I don't approve of what you're saying at all, respectfully. But the thing is that it would be one of those things where we're trying to clean up our community, we're trying to make sure that it looks nice and everything, and I feel like that goes against everything that we're working towards for that, and so that's why I can't accept it.
Anything further? To the amendment. Those in favor? Opposed? You were delayed there. I was hoping you would at least support your own amendment.
Support? You did. I know, I did.
I just said he was delayed. I got worried.
I actually thought you said I'm not going to support it when you walked away, and I was like, why are we doing this?
Okay, back to the original motion. Second reading, Councillor Blatz.
Okay, now I want to go back to what I was saying. So through the chair, I am so there was the whole thing of talking about how it could be considered a decoration if it's something that's unregistered, but then what would stop somebody from being like, oh, I have this old truck that I find to be a decorative piece to be on my lawn, and I haven't registered it, so would they then just be a decoration?
So with response to vehicles as decorations, I guess, I don't have a specific clause on that, but it would fall under the same definition section of nuisance, but it would be further down under section, I believe, IV, section 4. So damaged, dismantled, or derelict motor vehicles, whether insured or registered or not. So if it was damaged in some way, the vehicle's in a motor vehicle collision, but I got towed to your house, you left it on the front lawn, that would be a violation. If it's dismantled and there's vehicle parts everywhere, that would be a violation. Or a derelict motor vehicle, which might be closer to what you're looking at. But once again, we do have discretionary use when the officers investigate it, right? So if a vehicle is left on the front yard and it's just there and it's rotting away and it's a danger, or it's, the doors are falling off, that's one thing. But if, it's an older, some farming equipment or something like that, it's not considered a motor vehicle, but it's used in coordination to a garden or something like that, that would definitely be up to the discretion of the investigating officer.
Okay, further to that with the boat. How do you know it's a decorative boat?
Well, is it on a trailer and is it used, or does it have plants in it or something like that?
If it doesn't have plants in it and it's just a boat.
Yeah, I've seen some canoes where they've turned into planters, canoes where they have pots. That would obviously be a planting decoration. But if it's just, a boat that's just sitting there, either on a trailer or not, that's not being used in any way that we don't know of, then it could fall under this bylaw as an issue.
Cool, thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler, to the chair. So Wetaskiwin has a whole bunch of antique agricultures planted all over Wetaskiwin, or the Rams. I can't even pronounce the word, I'm sorry. So what do we do with them? Because if we're going to let the city have their stuff, and we're saying no to the...
We're not saying no, though.
Okay. But it's up to the bylaw officer to check to see, if it is unsightly, clean, or good. Decorative. But as my colleague said, so she has a couple cars, they're not insured, they're antiques. You buy an old 57 Chevy, put it in your driveway or on your grass, and you want to restore it. So as a resident, and I think the residents, how do I want to say that? do we really need to pass these bylaws? Is it that bad that we're getting so much complaints that we are using our bylaw officer staff to go look around the city for these things?
Can I answer that? Because I raised the first motion.
Okay, I'm
I
sorry.
made the very first motion a year and some ago. And it was because complaints that I was receiving in the community where people's property values were seen to be declining because of the amount and proliferation of vehicles up and down the street, parked on lawns. In my neighborhood, way around the corner, there's an individual there that had 8 vehicles on his front lawn, a cargo trailer and a boat, all on one lawn. And it was causing the neighbors great concern. It was felt that there was a business operating out of there. They were restoring vehicles and selling them and so forth. That's what sparked the initial motion. And since that time, I can also say that I've been around the town and I've seen all sorts of examples of the very same thing. And I, as Councillor Elliott was saying, we're talking about community standards and what do we want our community to look like. And we had great debate over a modular trailer or modular unit on a residential lot. And it created lots of conversation, and that's related to community standards. And to me, this is no different. What do we want our community to look like? And I don't know how you manage this area can have it and this area can't, and then ask bylaw to divide our community up into areas that they will enforce and won't enforce. And that's why I voted against the motion, because I think we're looking for something that creates a standard across the system. Thanks for indulging me.
Anything further? Ready for the second reading? Yeah, we're through the amendments. Back to the second reading. Question, those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Looking for a motion for third reading?
I move that State Council gives third and final reading to Bylaw 2029-23 Community Standards Bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? All of administration's trying not to make eye contact. Ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Go ahead.
I move that State Council rescinds Bylaw 1759-10 by Lake Park Regulations.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council rescinds 1916-18 Community Standards Bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed?
I move that City Council rescinds 1104-89 the Parks and Recreational Areas Bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council rescinds 1497-01 the Parks and Recreational Areas Bylaw Amendment.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Need a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Councillor
moved.
Blatz.
Okay.
Those in favor? We're going to break for lunch until 1:50. 150. Welcome back. Looking for a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Welcome back. Looking for a motion to come out of closed session. Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Those in favor? Carried. Going into new business. I think we've got a few things to add to new business. Just going to wait for a list and then we can vote on it.
Can I give you one?
You give me 1 second, and
Sure.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, 15.5.
Alberta Rural Health Attraction and Retention Committee.
RPAP, okay. Councillor Blatz.
I'd like to add Transit Society,
Transit Coalition.
whatever, yeah,
Whatever that was.
whatever that was.
Okay, that'll be 15.6. School property, 15.7. I was allowed to take a pen and a paper into our closed session. I could have listed these. Sorry? Library? 15.8. Sorry? DC permit, yep, 15.9. Anything else?
Wayne's, isn't
Sorry?
I,
We gave one.
we gave it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His
Thanks.
was the first. Okay, so the rural attention the rural attention, the rural thing.
Attraction and retention, there we go.
Traction retention, thank you, retraction. Jeez. Those in favor of adding it to the agenda, carried. 15.6, Transit Coalition, potentially 3 motions coming out of that. Those in favor, carried. School property, 15.7, those in favor, carried. Library appointment, 15.8, those in favor, carried. And the DC permit discussion, 15.9, those in favor, carried. Thank you. We'll start at 15.1 with the ice extension of 2025.
For the past 35 years, I have helped thousands and thousands of brides from all across their perfect wedding dress, including
Good and worse. I was really interested where that was going. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Gandam and members of City Council. Sitting with me is Cal Zimmer, the Facilities Recreation Supervisor, and he is here to be my right-hand man in answering any questions around the operations of the co-op place. On February 12th, 2024, administration presented council with a report requesting an ice extension for 2024. There were a number of community users that were in support of this request, and council understood the challenges that administration would face had it been approved for this past spring. As a result, at that meeting, council directed administration to prepare an operating business case for consideration during the budget deliberations this fall. Since that time, administration has met with the Wetaskiwin Regional School Board, and they have had a request that we extend and look at extending ICE in 2025 so that they can accommodate their growth of their program, hockey program. So the school board has been working diligently to provide that programming that supports the interest of many young Canadians, and specifically by building that hockey program and making sure that the teams have the ability to access ice, much like our regional partners and neighbors. Programming would include training camps for the hockey programs, power skating and figure skating, as well as potentially late-season tournaments and hockey playoffs. Co-op Place would be joining many ranks of the neighboring communities to provide that extension. Typically, ice removal starts at the end of March, and it depends totally on what is being planned for the season. And the Wetaskiwin Regional Public School Boards have confirmed that they are looking at 130 additional program hours, which is about 22 ice slots. The suggested staffing model for this is adding one additional operator at the cost of approximately $68,354 per year within the recreation facilities team. This would bring the team up to 5 full-time operators and 1 full-time supervisor. This staffing model will accommodate operating the arena facility for the additional 2 months, as well as ensure that inspected service levels in the areas of our baseball diamonds, our soccer fields, and other playground inspections are also maintained as well during that time. And I've lost my place. It should be noted that it is a good example of previous discussions with council around staffing levels, where the tipping point is related and in need of another FTE. While it might seem unnecessary to have an additional FTE hired for just 2 extra months of work, it has been noted that several times throughout the last year that we've had challenges hiring term staff. Everyone wants a full-time job, wants to have that job security. So in doing a term position or a part-time position, it would just provide extra challenges for Cal to actually find someone who has the skills required to be an operator at the arena. This new position would also ensure that our growth demands are being met in a proactive manner rather than waiting until we become desperate. And again, this position would only be required if this request is approved. I'm happy to answer any questions from council.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. I'm going to try to read the right one. I move that City Council approve the service level change to extend the ice season in Co-op Place until the end of May each year.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, why is the ice currently pulled out in March as opposed to in May?
Cal, I'm turning that one over to you.
Traditionally, that has been the need, I guess, for users. The end of March is typically the end of the hockey season, but now with spring hockey and stuff starting up, then that's not the case anymore.
So, and I guess that's kind of where I was leading with this is obviously going forward with, if this motion does go forward, we're going to have a lot more expenses in, well, the expenses will be the same in April and May as they would be in December, but the revenue is going to be less, right? It's the request basically came from one organization that would be using the facility for the most part. There, by the information provided, it looks like there'll be others, but not as much as what we would have in November and December. But our expenses would be this close to being the same as it would be in the busier months. And I guess where I'm leading with this is have been any consideration to go to a cost recovery program as opposed to going to percentage-wise, we're definitely going to be losing more money in April, May than we would be in November, December. And I guess what I'm wondering was add a consideration of the information that was provided to us.
We did not consider that at the time because we do have a joint use agreement with the school board. Okay. And so therefore we would need to renegotiate that in order to revisit that, because that would be, it would be up to them predominantly to be that cost recovery.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler, to the chair. So, as my colleague Dean said, so this cost of the one staff, are we being recuperating any money from this organization to pay for that staff, or just for the rental of the facility?
It is just for the rental of the facility.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. A couple of questions, please, through the chair. You made an earlier comment in your presentation wanting to maintain the expected service levels. So that implies to me that we may not have met the previous expectations?
So through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, we don't have a set service levels yet for recreation. We're currently working on those. However, knowing that this team is the ones that are responsible for lining the fields, making sure that the facilities are ready for whatever sport activities, including like the tennis courts, getting all those nets up and basketball hoop nets up. So this team is responsible for that part of the work. And so in having that transition, what would be typically the transition period, would be in April and May, where we would be having the ice and having to maintain the ice surfaces for them as well.
Thank you. And I completely understand Cal's position with regard to trying to find somebody for a couple of months to be completely trained with regard to equipment operation, ice operation, and so forth. But I guess the question I'm asking, and it was sort of addressed in the presentation, is if we shut down in April and May and free up an ice operator to do field work, but now we need that person back in the arena, we're not really looking for someone for 2 months to become an ice operator. We'd be looking for someone to be of assistance in the field. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure.
Well, the implication was if we take someone out of the ice arena and then we need to hire somebody temporarily, we'd have to train them in the ice arena. And I'm suggesting perhaps we simply leave an ice arena person in and train somebody for lining fields and hooking up basketball hoops. And I guess I'm wondering, I know you'd made reference to summer students or summer helper, that kind of thing, but the concern was training them on ice operations. And I'm wondering if there's consideration for, rather than training them for ice operations, having them assist with field duties wouldn't also work.
Cal, can I turn that one over to you? You know how the team works better than I do.
Yeah, no, definitely I would take that under consideration. I think right now with the limited number of staff we had on our team, we have certain individuals that are trained on both and other individuals that are just learning the craft, whether it's ice operation or fields. So I only have 1 or 2 staff right now that can do the training, and hopefully I can build up more staff so that they can do that training too.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair, to Zanette and Cal, I am struggling, like I put the motion forward, and I'm struggling with what to decide. And what has changed since February? That is it an ability since, because we've said this and we voted and then we came back, and I get it, it's now for a different year. Is there something specific that changed in your heads, or was it purely about the budget? Like that this position, I don't want to put words into your mouth about being more favorable or less favorable. Is, to me, I was surprised to see this again, so I wanted to see why.
So through the chair to Councillor Aberley, so when we had our conversation with the school board, they requested that we bring it back so that they could plan accordingly. So they want to be able to advertise to the students that are part of the hockey program or considering the hockey program, be able to recruit coaches, staff in order to do that. And they need that information before the end of April. So that is why we're back now instead of creating it as an operating business case for fall deliberations with budget.
Okay, and And just because it's kind of cut, and that's why I paused when I made the motion, because then the next one's going to what will be spending, obviously, what will be the salary or the compensation for the person is now a greater need outside of those 2 months, or better appreciation of the need of what that extra staff person could do.
Okay, so through the chair to Councillor Appley, yes, it is an appreciation of what that staff could do and how it would benefit. One of the things that we've noticed since I've started is that Cal's team is stretched. So, and it was really evident after the ice plant froze that they were working overtime. So they don't have that foundation of being able to plan accordingly, or not to have staff working more hours than they need to. So in the long run, we eliminate that need for overtime. We make sure that we have staff that are not burning out, that the staff have the ability to work regular hours and consistent hours, as opposed to picking up shifts here and there. So it just, from an operational point, it really helps to provide that consistency, that continuity of staff when there's a demand for it.
And last question, I promise. We're not, this isn't just a focus on winter sports anymore. Am I correct in that assumption that the original ask is because of 2 months needed of extra ice time, but then this is also allowing for greater service levels in our summer sports as well, whether it being out in the fields?
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor Appley, yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, and it has to do with the budget implications. So this is for 2025. So we're going to, if this gets approved, we're saying for the next budget cycle, we are locking away whatever the total difference between revenue and expenses is going to be, or add those. So that will not come as a business case to us in October. It'll just automatically be in there. That's my understanding. Now, I want to touch a little bit what Councillor Aberley had to say as far as improving summer rec stuff. To me, they're separate, but they're tied together, and I hate grouping them together, because we wouldn't have looked at the summer stuff if this didn't come, if this wasn't presented to us, right? Does that? Yeah, so, and so I struggle a little bit with that, because that wasn't a direction from us to talk about the summer stuff. And I'm not saying it's a good idea, but that wasn't what this was all about. It was about extra ice for the school for those 2 months. And so now and obviously you've identified a need or a want, whatever you want to call it, for the summer stuff. But that wasn't what we were talking about with that, right?
Go ahead, Sue.
Sorry, I just want to clarify through the chair to Councillor Billingsley. I think what we're getting at here is that we don't feel we can fulfill that motion without the additional help.
Right.
So it would come as a business case, but we didn't want to present the extra ice and have you approve it and then come back and say, by the way, you approved this and now we need an extra staff.
I get it.
Go ahead.
And I agree with everything you said, and that is why I wasn't going to support it. But when I started to look at the additional benefits that I wasn't looking at that would come through this motion, that's when I started to think this is bigger than those 2 months. And as soon as it became in my brain bigger than those 2 months, the justification was easier for me. Does that help? Because I know we didn't ask for it, but when I started to look at 68 grand. I was like, from 2 months or no. But then when there starts to be more that I can see the benefit for that, that makes me say, yeah, because summer is also a great time in this community and seeing that. So that's why I will support it, is because of maybe the unintended consequences of the first ask. Thank you.
Councillor Blunts.
I'm okay, Councillor Billingsley. You already asked my question.
Councillor Nielsen.
So the revenue side of this is an add-on to the staffing component. So for example, we're saying, hey, we need $70,000, whatever, for staff, but we're also incurring greater debt, greater costs of operation over that time frame, and we've got, I'm going to use the word hypothetically, an extra $26,000 of revenue. But the only real revenue that's sort of being committed at this time is the school board. So the minor hockey, Knights Hockey Club and all the rest of it are people kicking tires, or is it our best guess that this is where we might generate some revenue from?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I think it's a little bit of both. I think that the school board has worked really closely with some of their community partners, and those community partners are interested in that extra ice time. Did they commit like the school board has committed? Not at this time. So it's a little bit of anticipation and planning for those tournaments, but even this year, we had someone request ice at the end of March. Now, if it hadn't conflicted with Easter, we would have had a tournament in the arenas at the end of March. So I think that if it's sort of that notion of build it and they will come is a definite possibility. And when I talked to the school board in preparing for this report, they indicated that they've already got appetite being generated with power skating power skating camps or additional hockey camps that would be able to occur. So they've got the interest, just we don't have that level of commitment like we do from the school board. Go ahead.
I'll add to that. So we did have 2 committed spring teams that would have utilized ice in 2024. We also had 3 tournaments that were committed to utilizing ice in 2024 had we had spring ice this spring. So, and that's without me recruiting people for ice as well.
Right.
Anything else? Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. I'll just follow up with what Councillor Nielsen said. First of all, if we build it, they will come, but who pays if they don't come? Then that's the taxpayer of Wetaskiwin, correct? So right now with the WRPS, with their academy, they're booking starting in September right now for Hockey Academy, and they go right through till March, is that correct? Okay. And then are we marketing, as soon as our teams are out of provincials, then there's ice slots empty in March. Do we market that so that we get revenue from these people who may be looking for?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, yes, we have been marketing. It hasn't been widely broadcasted, but through Cal's channels and his knowledge of the sport and knowledge of the area, he's been able to, do a little bit of that recruiting and kind of seeking interest and additional ice times if they're available, as well as offering or being creative and offering additional public skating. So there's always someone using the ice for those, for either for training, for hockey camps, for public skating. So the space is utilized whenever there is ice.
Now, I haven't seen the joint use agreement that we have now. I don't know when it was last updated, but it used to be that if we rented a school, I'm sorry, if I wanted to use a school, then WRPS charged me for the cost of the custodian, and that was all. I didn't pay for the facility. When our students took swim lessons at the pool, we had to pay for the lifeguards, but we didn't have to pay rental for the facility. Now, is our school board paying for staff? Is that the same agreement? Because that was the agreement that there was. Now, Sue, it may have been updated. I haven't seen an updated copy.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, we were in the process last year of updating it because it's required by the province, and all of the rules will change, but the current one is still in place.
So theoretically then, WRPS should be paying for our staff?
I believe they do, yeah. They do pay for, no, in the new agreement they will. In the old agreement they don't. They have a flat fee that they pay for, they pay for the staff but not the facility.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
So that, shouldn't that generate more than $1,600?
No, I think they've got a separate fee. It's not like our full rate fee. They've got a separate fee.
No, but it was paying for staff. That was all. So if we've got one of Cal's staff is working full-time.
The pool and the arena were charged differently.
Okay, when I was, my God, that was back in history, but when our children were learning how to swim, we paid the cost of the lifeguards.
Yeah, and the pool is treated differently than the arenas.
Okay.
So the arenas, the costs that are shown in the RFD are the ones that are agreed upon with the school under the current agreement.
So they're going to pay $800 a month for 2 months.
Unless council wants to consider a different rate.
It says WRPS will be $1,600 in April and $2,000 in May.
I'm sorry, yes, I didn't go to May, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Just a sec, I'm going between two devices now, my handwritten and the other one, so now this wants me to dictate, holy mackerel. What is the cost? This is a question I did send in ahead of time, is what is the cost to operate the arena per hour? And then what are we going to charge these arena users, these other ones that have said that the Wetaskiwin Minor Hockey, not them, but the Capital City Knights, the Dark Horse Hockey Club, those kinds of things. So what is the actual cost per hour? And then what are we going to charge these adult outside users, non-resident users?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I can't speak to the hourly breakdown of running the arena. I do know on an annual basis it is just over $200,000 to run both arenas. And I could try to do the math.
No,
I'm in recreation, so I don't do math very well.
No, I wasn't trying to. But like somewhere in the past again, but it was like $180 an hour to run the arena, or $220, and we're charging minor hockey $180 or whatever. But it was well over $200 an hour. So where I'm going with this is we want to make sure if we're having non-resident users, adults coming in and using our facilities, that they are paying for this privilege. Yes, we have minor hockey rates, which is we subsidize the youth, and I have no problem with that. But if we're bringing in hockey teams from outside our community, Edmonton and Beaumont and Leduc and things.
They pay a different rate.
Pardon me?
They pay a different rate.
Yes, but I want to make sure that that rate is enough that we're making a profit on it, or that we're not losing money anyway, that we're breaking even. I don't want to punish anybody, but at the same time, I don't want our taxpayers to have to pay for any of this. That's my whole point, It's just to make sure that costs are recovered. So through my long diatribe, that's what my main point.
Just making sure that no one behind me is wanting to speak. Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I agree, and I think one of the things that we have done is we've created user agreements with a number of the different organizations. So if they're booking for longer than if they're booking for a couple of months, then we would create a user agreement. And so having your recommendation of making sure that we're at least at that break even or profit margin will help negotiate those user agreements accordingly.
And my final question, I'll pretend I'm Councillor Bronco. My final question, is there a way of getting long-term commitments from these other people who would like to say they want to use our ice in the off-season, quote-unquote off-season? Is there a way we can get a commitment? Like, so they come in 2025, and then they say, oh, well, we're not going to do it anymore. And then, but all of a sudden, we're going to keep ice in. So I don't know. It's a hypothetical maybe, but if there was a way to get agreements with these people, that would certainly make things a lot better for the taxpayers of Wetaskiwin.
So through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I think that's a brilliant idea, and I think we can definitely look at that and explore with each of the user groups what that might look like, because again, it would depend on their viability as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I would support this just so that the school board has an understanding the ice would be there, with the caveat that we, at some point before budget, take a look at our fees and charges, so that from there, then, we can then alleviate the costs that the revenue that we're going to need to offset our costs, right, under the fees and charges bylaw, and whatever we think is reasonable, and that may even be a negotiation with the school board and or some of these other people that would be, or groups that would be using it in April and May. That could be set later on. We're kind of, I don't know necessarily if we need to go with these numbers as far as revenues. We commit to the $70,000 or whatever it's going to cost us for that so-said employee, and then from there we can take a look in the future, sometime before budget, of that fees and charges, have that brought, someone make a motion to have that brought back, and we can discuss that, and that would help Councillor Elliott with his concerns as far as revenue.
Anything further? Yep, Councillor Nielsen.
My concern, and I understand totally the school board's request for marketing purposes. Right now, they run a hockey academy 7 out of 9 months that the arena is available. Or they run it 7 out of 7 months that the arena is available. They're asking to run it full time, an extra 2 months. And while we're talking about adding $20,000 or whatever it is, we're really committing that $68,000 to staffing at a time when we don't have service levels set, we don't have a business case coming forward. We're simply making a decision before we ever get to budget that let's invest almost $100,000 in this venture between the staff and the additional cost of operating the arena for an extra 2 months. And I just think that we're setting a precedent that a year from now we'll be preemptively adding staff before budget, as we talk about, well, we need to fill this position, this position. And I just, for me, I find that we're trying to assist the school board. We're out of sequence from what we said we wanted to do with business cases and service levels. They're still getting the arena seven months of the year to run their hockey academy. So I won't be supporting this motion at this time.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, and I think it's kind of rhetorical, but are we ever going to be able to get our budget lines online? Right? If we're working on different things, and I truly appreciate what you're saying. I just think this is such a, will be such an opportunity for our community. And if we're waiting for our ducks completely in a row with all of our work, that puts this off now again until 2026. And where I can see it having an immediate positive impact. So I appreciate it, but that's, yeah, I'm just, those little things concern me that we're never going to be able to align our budgets.
Could I rebut?
Yeah.
Sure. Thanks. I guess for me...
Is your mic on? And if so, can you speak?
Sorry. For me, we've gone through an extensive, I guess, reorganization at budget time to say our budget's going to be driven by service levels. And yet we haven't set a service level yet. We're just saying we think this is a good idea, it will benefit some kids, it has a potential to grow, potentially, and then why do we go through the exercise saying our business cases will be driven by our service levels when in fact we're now going back to where we've been previously? And I have trouble supporting $100,000 cost without those civil service levels being identified.
70,000.
But that $70,000 is the staffing, but there's overhead costs associated with it as well.
Okay, if we're gonna, I don't want numbers just arbitrarily picked. If we're gonna,
no, but there's but I don't think I am picking them arbitrarily. The request is a staffing for almost $70,000.
Yep.
And then we're seeing here anticipated net totals negative $11,000 and negative $6,000. That's negative $17,000 on top of the staffing costs. And that's assuming that all these other revenues are coming in, and they may not be coming in, which will drive up the 11,000 and the 6,000 from 17,000 into the 20,000s. So you add the staffing costs and the net differential here in operational, and you're talking throughout that budget period more than $68,000, and we haven't got service levels identified that we're trying to hit. So that's my rebuttal.
Okay. And other than a back and forth on your ideological stance.
Yes, I believe it is different. Thank you, Mayor Gandam, through the chair to council. I believe that this is not totally ideological. I see groups coming to us, asking us for something, and now we're going to wait to dictate our service levels. So it is kind of, that is not making it easier to try to work together in collaboration. So that's
similar to what you just said.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to seem like I'm negative and hammering away at you, so I see some potential here too. If we have different teams coming here for tournaments in the off season, we would have people spending money, staying in our hotels and campgrounds, buying things in restaurants and maybe equipment as well to go with it. So using our golf courses and things. So there could be a very positive offshot, whatever that word is. What's the word, Joe?
Councillor Bronco, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying Sue has her hand up.
Oh, Sue, go ahead.
Thank you through the chair to council. I just wanted to remind of the earlier conversation that we had. The school board is fully aware that this has to go through the budget process. What they're looking for is some sort of commitment from council to say, yes, we support this, knowing that you have the right to pull it out of budget. So maybe administration confused it a little bit, I think, with the two motions. Maybe what we should have done was just highlight the costs that would be coming forward during the budget, but really what the school board is looking for is that council is going to seriously consider this as part of their budget so they can do their planning right now. If it gets pulled, it gets pulled. But there was never a guarantee that this was going to stand today as a commitment in budget.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Sue, would that mean then, hypothetically, nobody has to make the second recommended motion?
That would be very acceptable to administration right now.
Thank you.
For now. Okay. Anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. No, thank you. Just because Councillor Aberley wasn't interested in making the second motion, I'll leave it open to see if anybody else does.
Asked me if I voted, I said yes.
Yeah, that's how I said it was unanimous. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I just didn't call to see who was opposed.
No, we're not talking now.
I don't know, he flops around a little bit. 15-2, Peace Hills Utilities Inc. Board composition.
Through the chair to council, I've been working with Councillor Billingsley on a request for council to reconsider the Board of Peace Hills Utilities. Although they're a separate governing board, council does have a say on who sits on that board, and I will let Councillor Billingsley speak to the rationale for the request.
Thank you. I think there's a little bit of, I won't say mistrust, but concern within the community of who's on the board, who's not on the board. And so after a little bit of brainstorming, we decided to take a look at still having council be in control of the board, because council and the city owns the utility 100%. So having the majority of the board being council, I think, was critical. So we would have 3 members of council. We can have all of us or more, just because then it becomes a council meeting. So it's critical to have 3. Adding Graham Construction because they are a partner within the facility. And then finally, one that was unique was not just somebody, right now we had Aquaterra, but decided to take them off because they are a contractor, and that may change, whether we use Aquaterra or any other entity to run the facility. So it was suggested that we take a look at bringing in somebody from the community. And it was a great suggestion was, why not a ratepayer to Peace Hills, as opposed to just which means that you could actually not be a resident of Wetaskiwin, but you would be a ratepayer of so said utility. And I think that is a fantastic idea. Then from there, they've got skin in the game. So I would like to move that City Council amends the Peace Hills Board composition to include 3 members of council, 1 member from Graham Construction Engineering Incorporated, and 1 member at large. That member must be a ratepayer to Peace Hills Utilities Incorporated.
Sorry, I can add a little bit to this as well. So the discussion also went further saying, you know, what happens with the staff that are board members right now. And so we would be non-voting members that would be reporting into the board and still attending meetings, similar to what happens with council. And then, sorry, I lost my train of thought. The staff would be non-voting members, still attending, and I cannot remember what else I was going to point out.
May I? So, yeah, it's support staff, right? No, I'm just not speaking into it. So, and it's support staff, no different than, as you said, Sue, is what's happening here. You're adding to the conversation, but when you're spoken to, as opposed to joining in the conversation.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Sue or to Dean, why is there a member of the Graham Construction and Engineering Incorporated on the board?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, they are a partner. There is a second company that was stood up, the funding company. Peace Hills Utilities is half owner of that, and Graham Construction Construction and Engineering is the other half owner. So they have a vested interest in the Peace Hills Utilities wastewater treatment plant portion, and they will continue as through the contract to provide support to the Peace Hills Utilities board as long as that funding is in place. So it's 40 years is the agreement unless Peace Hills Utilities pays the loan out early.
So is it 50-50 or 51-49?
It's 50-50.
Okay,
They have all the funding. They were the ones that funded it, and because we're the owners, we're 50%.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Being 3, letter of support request for Water for Life grant application. We received a letter requesting a letter of support from the City of Camrose. It is attached. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I would move that City Council directs administration to write a letter as requested in correspondence dated April 9th, 2024 by Mayor Stashko, requesting a letter of support for Water for Life grant application.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, to anybody who may be able to answer. What's in it for us? Why are we supporting, like, I'm just trying to understand why we are getting involved in this, and not saying it's not a good thing for them, but how does it affect us, and why are we supporting something that they're doing?
Regional support. Sue, go ahead.
Further to that, through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, one of the initiatives that they're looking at is through their water stability is having a line coming in that would pass by Wetaskiwin. So at some point in the future, Wetaskiwin could, if they needed to, tap into that line. So it is showing that regional support. The more support they can get, the more likely they are to get approval for the funding, which is going to investigate all of those options.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to Sue, the letter of support, and I'm along the same lines, I guess, as Councillor Billingsley, and you've partially answered the question, and the line would come through that we could tie into. But the letter of support is for funding for a regional water line that would provide a secure water source to our communities. So I'm wondering if there's an implication here that we are seeking to tie in to that water source. We're asking for a feasibility study, but if at this point in time we aren't looking, I see the letter of support being for our other community, as opposed for a high degree of need for us to have our own water line at this point in time. And I understand that in the future we may have the capability of tying into it, but I worry about the perception that we are looking for a secure water source for our community. And at this point, I think that's what you're saying is we aren't. And so how does that impact our letter of support, or should it impact our letter of support?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, there is no commitment required from the city. And we've been clear in all of our communications along the way with Camrose that although we appreciate that there is an opportunity, we don't need it and we're not requesting it. So there is no obligation for us to tie into that line. The feasibility study, we believe, is going to suggest the line that runs by Wetaskiwin is the one, but it might not be. It might be coming from down Highway 21. So the feasibility study is going to get there for them, but there will be no commitment from the city that is required or has been requested that we would commit to tie into it.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and through that feasibility study, if it is to our advantage that the water line ties into Wetaskiwin or through Wetaskiwin, then obviously that's that discussion of the day that we could move into that or tie into that water line and figure out what we're doing with ours. But without that feasibility study, it's step one of
many.
48.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Solar installation on residential properties.
Okay, through the chair to council, we are presenting, because apparently at the last time I presented this, I said I would bring back the application form for your final approval. So we are seeking approval for the application form for the solar grant that the Mod Foundation requested that we develop. On last week, the Mod Foundation was in and presented a check for $150,000 for this program to the mayor. They did approve already the application form, are happy with the conditions, and so we figured it would be very fitting on Earth Day to present this to council, get final approval, and then we can start rolling this out to our community. So we would just be looking for approval of the application.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I move that City Council approves the application form for the residential solar grant program.
Moved by Councillor Aberley. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor Blatz.
Yay.
Councillor Elliott.
I'm not going to say boo. Mr. Mayor, just how does this fit in with the, is it CEIP program?
CEIP, Clean Energy Improvement Program. Yeah.
So how do these two work together?
So the mod group has graciously given the city this grant money to help members of the community have solar on their properties or on their houses.
Yes.
And it's tied a little bit in that they're not directly related to each other, but we are using some of the SEEP qualifications for this grant application through the Mod Foundation, that they were going to be able to use upwards of $6,000 per project. No strings attached. Here's some money to help you with your solar program. So it's just, the SEEP program has been in the works for many years, prior to that when it was a PACE program. And now they were aware of this going on both in the province and in Wetaskiwin as we've signed up to that program. They wanted to help contribute to somebody who wanted to put solar on their house and maybe couldn't quite afford it. This might be the boost to allow that to happen.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I'm extremely grateful to the Mod Foundation for this grant for the city, and looking forward to seeing the changes that's going to happen here with that solar on those properties. Those in favor? Carried. 15.5.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, could we move 15.9 up? I'm starting to realize that it's going to come up after staff hours, and if we could move the permit application up sooner, then I could get staff to present it. Otherwise, you're going to be stuck with me presenting it.
Okay. Yeah. We'll swap 15.5 and 15.9. So we'll go to the DC permit request.
Perfect.
first, yeah.
Thank you. I can start the discussion while Emily is on her way up. Administration received a request to rescind or redact, I'm not sure the wording that we're using on this one, a direct control designation that was put on commercial properties many years ago. The property is looking at being sold, and the intended use of the property fits well within the original C1 designation. And so we would be looking for council to approve. Sorry, Karen, what's the wording on the motion? Repeal. So we would be looking at having bylaw 1852-15 repealed so that the original commercial districting could apply to these, then the property could be sold, and then the development permit could be processed through an internal process. And Emily's here, so if you have any questions, you could ask her.
Okay. Councilor Bronco.
I move that City Council gives first reading to Bylaw 2063-24, repealing Bylaw 1852-15.
Moved by Councilor Bronco. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, but do we have to have a date when we bring it back, or we just bring it back at the next meeting?
We can probably do all three.
Oh,
We can do all
okay,
three. Yep.
okay.
I move that City Council gives second reading to Bylaw 2063-24, repealing Bylaw 1852-15.
Moved by Councilor Bronco. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. And just unanimous consent.
I move that City Council gives unanimous consent to the third reading of Bylaw 203-2, repealing Bylaw 1852-15.
Moved by Councilor Bronco. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
One more time.
Yeah, and then third reading.
Oh, I move that City Council gives third and reading to Bylaw 203-24, repealing Bylaw 1852-15.
Moved by Councilor Bronco. Any discussion? Yep.
Just there's a typo in the motion. It says gives third and reading. So just remove. Yeah, there we go.
And final reading.
Thank you.
Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 15.6. Attraction retention. Oh, got it right that time.
Thanks very much. Council attended mid-sized Mid-City Mayor's Caucus
to accept his information? Councillor Blatz.
No, thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I was just curious, when they were talking about how they're struggling to find housing for the new healthcare workers that are coming in, did they indicate what type of housing they were specifically looking for that we are lacking in?
No, not at this time. They didn't identify. They just indicated that some of the new personnel that they've had come into, some of the new personnel that have come into our community have been unable to secure housing, regardless of what they particularly might have been looking for, depending on the size of family and so forth. And so some of the people who have come into our community have had to take accommodations outside of our community in other outlying towns and cities, and then actually commute to work as a result of that. So it's just one item that's been put forward on the table for the committee to discuss and see what can be done to assist in this area.
Okay, thank you.
I would move acceptance of Councillor Nielsen's report as information.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Anything further? I didn't know if he had another motion in mind. That's why I was asking if he just wanted to accept his information.
But you asked a question before the motion.
Anyways. Anything further? Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. It's information. You can't forget it, Joe. 15-7, Transit Coalition.
Thank you. Okay. I move that City Council directs administration to amend the lease agreement with WDAX for the 3 vehicles, 2000 Chev, 3500, 2015 Starcraft, and 2019, I don't know what that means, Advantage to December 31st, 2024. I don't know cars.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
Okay, I move that City Council agrees to provide $97,000 worth of funding to WDAX from May 1st, 2024 to December 31st. Yeah, December 31st, 2024 to be funded from the contingency reserve.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to council, I just wanted to confirm that it may not necessarily need to be the full $97,000 dollars.
Saying you would amend that to up to?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So
Thank
the
you.
amendment is up to $97,000. So we'll vote on that amendment unless anybody else wants to speak to it. Those in favor? Carried. Okay. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 15-8, school property. Yes.
There's a third motion.
Sorry?
There's a third motion.
Oh, is there? I'm sorry.
I move that City Council directs administration to liaison with the Wetaskiwin Transit Society to develop and submit an operating business case to support ongoing funding for community transportation as part of the 2025 budget cycle.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Now we will talk about school property 15-8. Sorry, do you want to talk about it at all, or do you want just a motion to move forward?
Yeah, no, I can speak to this. So administration has been meeting with the school board through the provincial budget. They did receive approval for a new school in Wetaskiwin, and we were exploring city-owned land. Typically, the city would dedicate land to the school board for schools, and they want to build somewhere different than the existing Norwood School site. And so when I went through, the school board had picked their two favorite locations, and they would be looking at either Northeast Industrial or Creeks Crossing as the two options. And they're just looking for City Council's approval on one of those locations so that they could get started on geotech and site selection stuff with the province. And then at a later date, because construction, the whole process is going to take a couple of years, and by the time they would transition out of the existing school, there will be a discussion with City Council about first right of refusal on the property, especially if it's a trade in like for like. And so there would be separate discussions with council about what to do with the property where the existing school sits. So.
Can you bring that motion back up, please? Thank you. So I'd move that City Council approve the Northeast Industrial Land east along North Mount Drive, location to allow for a new Wetaskiwin Regional Public School construction. I'll open it up to discussion.
Mr. Mayor, could you describe where that land is, please?
That land you would continue east on North Mount Drive past the Jesus Cares Christian Fellowship Church, and then in behind the Lions Campground south of Highway 13.
Thank you very much.
Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. I think it's pretty exciting that we were funded for a new school. 15.9, Library Board appointment.
I move that City Council appoints Amanda Billings to the Wetaskiwin Library Board with a term ending April the 22nd, 2027.
Moved by Councilor Bronco. Any discussion? Administration will reach out to the
mayor.
New library board.
Administration will let the library board know of the decision, and the library board will reach out to the individual.
Fantastic, thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Elliott.
Thank you. Just, Mr. Mayor, through to Paul. Paul, do the appointments not usually end on December 31st of the year, or are we going to, with the new process, change the end date?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, so that the bylaw does say 3 years, and so administration chose this date because it's 3 years. They're only allowed to have 3-year terms. Council could technically deviate from that. It would just be slightly longer than a 3-year term, and the terms as per bylaw are only supposed to be 3 years.
I understand that, but I'm just thinking if we had the same date for all committees, then we would know when we need to reappoint people, rather than having staff have to look through, oh, this is April, this one's in May. I'm just trying to make it more expedient.
Through the mayor, Councillor Elliott, it's a good point and observation. Administration is working with the city clerk's office internally, as well as the Wetaskiwin Public Library Board, to ensure that we're bringing these to council more regularly, and so that we can have those standardized dates, such as December 31st, end of year, and so we're not having to do all of that administrative work throughout the year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Is there anything else from administration?
I'm not administration. Good. Mr. Mayor, through to council, to Paul. Paul, is this your last meeting with us?
Through the mayor to Councillor Elliott, yes, it is.
Thanks for stealing my thunder.
Is he buying the drinks?
Carry on.
I'm sorry. No,
that's okay.
I just. Okay, can I talk on behalf of me then?
Absolutely.
I won't say we. I would just. I have really enjoyed Paul's time on with council, and I haven't been here as regardless. I just have really enjoyed Paul's wisdom, his experience, and your creativity and your humor. I have appreciated it all, and I'm envious of your appetite, because if I ate like you, I can't imagine what I'd look like. So, but I would just like to say I wish you well in your new job, and you are going to be missed. I really mean that very, very sincerely. So thank you, Paul, for all that you've done with us.
Go ahead, Councillor Aberley.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, that's fine.
I didn't mean to steal your thunder.
That's fine. You do that all the time. I appreciate it. Councillor Aberley,
Yeah,
go ahead.
thank you. I wanted to say something publicly as well, Paul. The first time you and I met, we met at a pipe ceremony. And I said to you, it was in Jubilee Park, and I said to you all that time before COVID and well, it was like just as COVID was starting and all of that, that I always had your back. And it was before I was on council that we had shared this commitment to each other, and I never said that lightly, and I have been fascinated by your commitment to this community. I've been fascinated by how you have taught me, both in our other relationship that you and I share with community services, but also helping me be a better counselor, I think, and the things that you have brought to this community. Fort Saskatchewan is terribly lucky, and so is Wetaskiwin, because you're going to have left that imprint, that stamp that you had, and I'm just so excited that in a week we're just friends. So thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. To Paul, yeah, it's been a great pleasure. I think I'm going to miss, my chickens are going to miss you for all the eggs they got. So anytime you want any, just give us a shout and we'll drop some pickled eggs for you, because I'm going to have an abundance of them anyway, so you're not here. I'm grandfathered, okay?
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Paul, you're incredibly intelligent at all the things that you have brought to the table. I've learned so much from you. Like, that's the whole thing, is anytime I have a question, you always have an answer for me, and I really value everything that you've brought to the table for us, and you're leaving our community better than when you came into it. And so I truly appreciate you and the work that you've done, and I'm big sad that there's one less Pisces in the building, so.
I'm waiting to see if Councillors Billingsley and or Nielsen. I choose when I speak, that's totally fine. Paul, you've been a tremendous asset to the city of Wetaskiwin for sure. I've seen your growth over the last few years in terms of your leadership, your management, your role within the department, as well as the city as a whole, and I really appreciate that. The municipal world is a small, small world, so I know that I'll get to continue working with you, although in a different capacity. I do look forward to continuing to be able to work with you as our careers move on. And I know that you've helped me be a better member of council and a mayor too, so I appreciate that and your input.
To Mayor Council, it's been an absolute privilege and highlight of my career serving this community. And in my dark days, I will come back to this recording. But it's just so long for now. I'll be back quite frequently. So thank you.
And with that, I will adjourn at 15:53.